time. Leisure time. Did you ever stop to think how much leisure time you really have? Some of us put our leisure time to good use. And some of us, Ken Michaels, for example, spend most of our leisure time just moping.
Moping? He thinks I'm moping. Well, who wouldn't mope? There's nothing to do, nobody's around. You know how it is. I went down to the bowling alley, went over to the drugstore. None of the gang was there. All my friends are busy, so what's for me to do?
Do you suppose Ken has more leisure time than his friends do?
Huh? Well, no, I don't have more time. We all spend about the same amount of time in school, and the rest is leisure time. I've got nothing to do but wait for supper. My friends have more things to do. They're lucky.
Ken's pretty lucky, too.
Listen to that. All right, I'll bite. Why am I lucky?
Because you have so much leisure time. Time in which you can do things you enjoy. Time in which you don't have to work.
Like this, huh? Is that good?
Let me show you a few things. Suppose you had lived 100 years ago. What would you have been like? Take a look.
Where? Oh, is that me? Is that what I would have looked like 100 years ago?
Well, perhaps. But now, well, let's look back 100 years again and see someone else.
Who? Hey, that's my dad.
Young man, you get off that bed and get to work. After you clean out the stable, you can build some new steps for the back porch. While I work 72 hours a week, no son of mine is going to loaf.
72 hours?
12 hours a day, 6 days a week. Tomorrow morning, young man, you're going out to get a regular job. You can work too, and earn your keep.
Not so good, Ken? Well, let's try another picture. Say about 50 years ago.
Oh, hello, son. Well, say, I've got some new pictures for the stereoscope. We'll look at them tonight. Don't forget about your chores. Have them all done by the time I'm through work. And keep the wood box full.
Boy, how long will you work, Dad?
Why, 10 hours. 10 hours a day, every day except Sunday.
60 hours a week? Boy.
Well, Ken, let's take a look at your father's time as it really is today.
Hi, Dad. You sure don't work as long hours as they used to.
That's right, Ken. It's a wonderful thing to be able to do so much work in so little time. This 40-hour week suits me fine. And some people even work shorter hours nowadays. But by the way, Ken, how'd you like to play a quick round of golf before supper? I think we can work it in. And then later I'd like to shellac that new bookcase I'm making.
Well, Ken?
Yes, Dad does enjoy his leisure time. And to think that a few years ago, people didn't have nearly so much time to themselves.
Yes, we've gained a lot of leisure time in the last century or so. All of us.
Wait a minute. All of us? Mother should hear you say that. She's always complaining that she doesn't have enough time.
Well, let's see about that. Can you picture your mother as she might have been 50 years ago?
I guess so.
My, that's hard work. It takes so much time, too. But that's woman's lot in life. Scrub clothes, carry water, bake bread, feed the chickens, till time to go to bed and then get up again to start all over again.
You see, Ken? Now, how about today?
My, this new washer certainly is a time saver. And I do need some extra time. Now, let's see, I want to do some shopping, but this first.
Wait a minute. This may be easier work, but it still looks like work.
Oh, well, I have to plan the program for the Women's Club next month. That's one of my favorite activities, you know. It does keep me busy, but, well, that's not work.
What do you think, Ken?
Well, Mother does have more leisure time now. But still, she's always busy. How does she find so many things to do? How can I find something to do with my extra time? Or for that matter, what about you? I don't know. It seems as if leisure time is a problem.
Well, let's see how your friends have met that problem.
I told him once my friends were all busy. Oh, busy. They have something to do with their time. Let's see. Last I saw of Dave, he was headed that-a-way.
You mean this way? Yes. Dave has a hobby of identifying birds. It's a pleasant way of spending his time, and besides, it helps him with some of his schoolwork. You can learn quite a bit from hobbies. Here's Bill. Some of his leisure time is spent doing part-time work at the bookstore. Along with earning some spending money, he's getting experience that will help him later on. And Alice is devoting some of her leisure.
I'm really big. Also, if you hear my fan, tell me now. Report to me if you hear my fan. Pretend like the first 5 seconds of adjustments are happened before the stream. Yeah, I'm over here now. Okay. Sorry, it was because I had to adjust based on the yesterday's stream. I had to like readjust and put everything back in place. Can't hear the fan? That's good, that's good. Okay. Hello everyone. Charis, Euphranor, philosopher, vtuber. And I'm thinking about rebranding. I'm thinking about like changing it, but I'm not sure what to change it to. I think if I decide to change it, I'm gonna have it done. Sorry, I'm moving my microphone. If I decide to do it, I'll probably do it by the end of the month. I think in the meantime, I'll have to like workshop what would work. Because I feel like I'm not doing myself many favors when I tell people I'm the first and last philosopher VTuber, the last librarian of Alexandria. Because like it makes a lot of sense to me. Like I have the lore. It all makes sense to me in my lore. In it being a sort of analogy, metaphor, parable, maybe if you will. And overall as a representation of what I want to do to me. But I think to the average person, they've got no goddamn clue. They haven't the faintest idea what it is that I want to do. Because of that, they'll hear, oh, philosopher VTuber, that's cool. So you do like philosophy videos. And it's like, no, I have not actually done one in like 2 months because I am terrible. I really like it. But it just doesn't make sense to people. And I need something that immediately makes sense to people. Like, it has to capture everything. Like, my current descriptions capture who I am. But they don't, like, how shall I say this? They don't tell people about me very much. Or rather, they tell people what I think is important for people to know, but maybe it's not like, oh, I don't know. You're a philosopher in the way that Gargura is a shark? Yes, but like, you know, it's like, but then people think shark and they don't really, I have no goddamn clue. You do philosophy videos? No, I'm bullied by gay people online. I mean, not really. I actually have all of the power here, and I've never once been influenced by anything anyone's ever said on this live stream channel. It's just not true. Like I'm very strong-willed, very determined. I know exactly what I want to do all the time, and I do what I want to do. Anyways, all right. Let's just get that bit out of the way. Get that bit of forethought out of the way. What should I talk about first? before we begin, because you know there's quite a lot to begin, or there's quite a lot to say about this game. I have a lot to say about this game, but I do think it's good or necessary, maybe like a good idea to just sort of get the housekeeping out of the way really quickly right now. Our team was here yesterday. We were really nervous. I don't know if I was more nervous about the art team stream than she was. It was sort of a long time coming. We thought a lot about what we could do. I think her first like idea that she really clung to, that she felt like was definitely what we should be doing on the channel, was game Monopoly. And so basically she found Monopoly, but then like it was just like the theme, you know how there's like different themings for Monopoly, right? There's like, you know, there's probably like a Nintendo Monopoly, there's like a racing game Monopoly, there's like maybe there's like a Pokemon themed Monopoly, there's like a ton of shit. I don't know, there's like a lot of themes that Monopoly, like there are a lot of different flavors of Monopoly, and our team was like, we should play gay Monopoly because it's really funny and I want to play it, and but there's no reason to play it, or she couldn't really find much reason to play it, nor could she have, you know, convinced anyone around her to play gay Monopoly. So she was like, why don't we play gay Monopoly? And then eventually we decided not to. Like that 109 plot point? I don't know what you're talking about. No, I don't think so. First and last philosopher VTuber has the same vibe as Super Eye Patch Wolf's first and last gamer. Okay, but like... but he doesn't take his gamer status as seriously as I take my philosopher status. Does he? He's also got like a pre-established audience, and like a lot of his work speaks for itself. Whereas like you have to really wade through shit to kind of get the Charis Euphranor. There's a lot of shit to go through. Yeah, it's like all the versions of Uno. Okay, so yeah, basically that was like the idea for what that wasn't really what I wanted to do, because I was like, that's maybe not the first thing we should do, but our team was insistent on like, oh, would that be really fun? Which I think it would be, but just like not for a first stream. So I'm glad we kind of settled on, okay, let's do an interview stream where we just talk, right? Because one of the things about that was our team was very nervous about talking, because she doesn't really yap. She doesn't really talk a lot. You guys got her to talk a lot about stuff, which, you know, I guess pat yourselves on the back. You did a good job. You got our team to like talk a lot more than she usually does. Very passionately about the stuff she wanted to talk about, including an unplanned, but honestly, on my end, definitely expected tangent into Evangelion. So who's Yaoi? Yeah, well that's because like that's what she like. That's what she. I was gonna say that's what she does. Well, that's like, that's not really what she does. That's what she like consumes. But I guess I don't know. Whatever. I feel like there's some overlap probably between like Yaoi. No, that is what she does. That is what she does. She writes like fics. She does. She writes Yaoi fics. She writes BL fics. So that is actually what she does. Anyways, yeah, the point of it was just I wanted to, you know, sort of, this is the post stream kind of like congratulations. Everyone did a good job and behaved as was expected. And you made her feel very welcome. You made her feel very excited about streaming instead of nervous. I don't think she's still convinced that streaming is her thing. But she is thinking a lot more about content creation now. And that that stream yesterday kind of really ignited like a fire in her soul, I think. Or at least it stoked the flames of a previous fire. So I'm just like, yeah, I'm really happy that, you know, that worked out very well. Because, you know, like the stakes are not there for me. Like, it's just another day for me, really. It really is just another day for me. Yes, it was my first collaboration stream, but I wasn't really nervous because I knew if the collaboration aspect of it didn't go very well, maybe not very well, but if the collaboration aspect wasn't very strong and she sort of was more inclined to sort of maybe turtle in and be a little less talkative, then I knew I could carry the conversation. I was very confident. I was like, this is easy shit. I could just talk, and then she can just add 1 or 2 sentences whenever she feels like, and then like, so it feels like the pressure's off of her. No, she was talking a lot. I was just listening. I like halfway through the stream when we were talking about something, I almost forgot we were streaming, and I was about to use the government names of people that we mutually knew, and I was like, wait, hold on, that's not it, right? That ain't it. Eva discussion was fun except for your Misato take. What are you on about? Misato is a horrible, terrible person. Yes, she's hot, but like, you know, my moral compass hasn't left me yet. Even if that were the case. Chat being supportive helped a lot with that. Any input helps when streaming, even if the streamer doesn't have any experience. Yeah, and so like, she definitely said like chat was really overwhelming because she was like, you know, it was more than she expected. But it's also like, but like, who am I, right? Like, it's not like I have fucking 30,000 followers or something, and I've got a chat running. I've got like 100 concurrents with the chat running through really quickly. Like, it was a relatively like small chat compared to most streamers that she watches, but having to actually sit there and react to it and parse through it was super overwhelming for her. And so being a collab stream also helped her kind of like adjust, because if she couldn't really like deal with it, she could kind of just lean back and then let me, like, I guess deal with it for the moment, and then she can kind of come back when she's ready. Anyways, the point of it is just I just wanted to say that yesterday's stream was really good, mainly thanks to me, because of my superior planning skills, my excellent conversational ability, my just general charisma was like, you know, just as fantastic as usual. But you know, I guess there is some part where maybe chat was also, you know, a little bit more cooperative than usual, and it just happened to be a good day for all of us. So, you know, anyways, but that's the that's the end of that. That's the end of that. Just, you know, don't feel too good about yourselves, okay? Like, you don't need to feel that good, okay? Just feel like a little good. Feel like a little good. Now we're gonna play Ultra Deluxe. We are. Did I say the Stanley Parable? I did. The reason I did is because I'm talking about the Stanley Parable and I'm playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change the title now. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Okay, I've updated the title now, the stream title. You'll be able to see it. Yeah, okay. Memorable moment from the stream was when her model froze and your internet finally caught up. It recreated the SFX from Loki when they had to fix the time machine. I don't know what's going on, but I need to upgrade my computer. Okay, good news is, and I'm gonna, you know, I'm not gonna give you guys the details, but good news is maybe in 2 weeks I'll be able to get my old computer fixed. My old computer, which is not, it's like older than the current computer I'm using, but it's a lot more, but it's like a PC instead of like being a shitty handheld like laptop basically. So once I'm able to stream on my PC instead of my laptop, you know, it'll probably be a little better. Okay, and then maybe it'll be, you know, less taxing. And maybe, just maybe, no promises, but maybe I'd even be able to stream at 1080p, which I know it's crazy because I've been streaming for at 720p for pretty much like 90% of my, you know, time here. But you know, maybe we'd be able to get 1080p streaming in the big 2025. It's crazy. We still can't afford a chair though, so that's gonna take a while. But or like a chair that doesn't do this. You know, if one day we'll be able to afford a chair that doesn't do that whenever I like lean back, but you know. Okay. Yeah, that's it. That's the housekeeping. Okay. Yeah, we're reaching like 2016 era technology now. Sounds like a lawn chair. It's not. It's an office chair. It's it's not a lawn chair. Whatever. Okay. Let's see. We're playing the Stanley Parable. Now, this isn't just any other regular stream. This is the stream. This is a story of a man named Stanley, but this is a stream that I have not been looking forward to, in the sense that I didn't even think I would ever stream it. I didn't think there was any reason for me to play it because I'd already played it. But and when I got to this week's planning, I was like, I think it's right to play it. I think it's right to play it now. At least it's not a cardboard box. It's true, and at least I've got a desk now, so we're actually moving up in the world. Anyways, the Stanley Parable is a game very near and dear to my heart. And by very near and dear to my heart, I mean, like, I think the trajectory of my life has been directly influenced by the existence of this game and my happenstance of playing it, you know, 10 years ago or 15 years ago when it came out, 12 years ago when it came out. There is, I think, if you, in the Charis Euphranor biography, you would talk, there would be at least like a chapter dedicated to the Stanley Parable in how it sort of like shaped my existence as a human being. Now, that's not, I don't say that lightly. I really don't. I genuinely mean this when I say the Stanley Parable is perhaps a piece of media or anything that has had the largest impact on my life, short of like you know how, like, the things that have influenced my upbringing, right? Family members, friends, my socioeconomic environment. It's like those three things, right? And then below that is like the Stanley Parable. Like, it's actually like it's in that order. How, like, the factors that have shaped my life. This game is like in like the 4th place. Right after my socioeconomic situation. It's not just a game I liked. Weren't you like 50? Yeah, well, it's never too late to grow, is it? Prior to that, like, you know, all I knew were just very mediocre books that I'd read around in an inferior library before this one. And the people in my life who are kind of cool, I guess, some of them, whatever. But like, and then the Stanley Parable came about, and then my life changed forever. I knew I'd never be the same 60-year-old man that I am now. The moment I played it. You'd be so much happier if you'd never played it. Yeah, I probably would. I'd be a much happier person. I might, if I didn't play the Stanley Parable, I could imagine myself as. Sorry, I'm like looking at chat now. Did I miss something? No. Do we get a kiss for being good? Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. Okay. Sorry, no, I'm like I'm looking at my screen and it was like frozen on like it didn't update my chat. I had to scroll down, sorry. Don't know why it was stuck in whatever. Just want an excuse to play it? Well, or replay it. No, actually not really. In that I'd already replayed it in playing Ultra Deluxe. It came out what, 2 years ago? It's still fresh in my memory, so I didn't need an excuse to replay it. It's still fresh. I still remember most, if not every beat of the story and of the paths that I don't want to like play it this soon, but this is a good occasion to. You should write the game dev or Doug and tell them the story. Nah. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know why they would care though, you know? I guess they would care. Gosh. Chef, what? No, it's just like I would tell them, but it's like I wouldn't want to email them email them because I wouldn't want to. Davey Reedon and William Pugh. William Pugh's the game designer and the programmer, and Reedon's the writer. I'd probably write to Reedon, but maybe I'd write to both. Nah, I don't think they would care, because the thing is like, okay, if you know what, no, yeah, you know what, I'm not gonna write them. If I'm gonna tell them, I'm telling them in person. Okay, that's what's gonna happen. I need to get enough clout on the YouTubes for Davey Reedon to notice me, and then I'll just tell him. You know what? That'd be probably easier, wouldn't it? That's the goal. All right, that's the goal. That's the goal. That's the goal we're setting forth. But anyways, the Stanley Parable has irreversibly changed the course of my life, and today we're going to talk about it. But I can't just talk about it like it's a video game. I kind of have to talk about it like it's an event. And in order to do that, I kind of have to give you the context of all of it. You know? Like every part of that experience and how I felt about all of it. I think I owe it to all of you to show you, right? If it made that much of an impact, I would just let them know. I don't care if they respond. Well, I don't need to. Like, I'm not in a rush to tell them. Like, I could always tell them tomorrow, or the day after, or next week, or 10 years from now. I think what's more important is less telling them it meant that much, and more like doing something about it. And I do want to say part of that is this: if the Stanley Parable didn't exist, I would probably be a content creator. And by that I mean I probably wouldn't be a VTuber streaming video games. If the Stanley Parable didn't exist, I would probably be an influencer on TikTok or Instagram talking about how you can use life hacks to gain financial like independence or some shit. Like, I'd probably be the lowest common denominator of a person. I'd probably be a significantly worse human being. No, that's a little rude. That's a little rude. It's not too rude. I'd probably be, I don't know if I'd be a grifter, but I'd definitely be a bit like, well, if you pull yourself up by the bootstraps and you work hard, you can do anything. And then like I'd probably get into law school or something. I don't know. That's probably like the trajectory of my life. Like, you know, okay, you probably don't, but there's this character from Better Call Saul called Chuck. He is Charles McGill. He is the brother of James McGill, who is Saul Goodman, right? Like, I think if it weren't for this game, I would be I would be like Chuck. I would probably be like a Chuck McGill if the Stanley Parable didn't sort of intervene in my life. You're speaking about it like how some inmates speak of the Bible. Well, let's just say like there's a huge sort of shift that happened before and after. All this because you played a video game. Yeah, and it's like it's one of the reasons why I feel strongly that any medium has the potential to be like art is something I think anyone is capable of experiencing, and not just high art, you know, not just the visual arts, but like truly, I mean, like human creativity and expression in all those kinds, even in the newest, more contemporary types, such as like, you know, a video game. Not all video games are Fortnite and Call of Duty, in the same way that not every movie is Fast and Furious 8. You know, like there's different things in a medium that a lot of people, you know, my age, the age of 60, just don't quite respect or understand. And the thing that sort of awakened me to that is the Stanley Parable. Because prior to that, I played video games and I'd engaged with them and I enjoyed them, but I never really thought of them as like an artistic pursuit. The closest was Portal 2 probably. And, you know, honestly, I played Portal 2 first. I played Portal 2 and then I played Portal shortly after, you know, because I wanted it to be the whole experience. So I played the Portals first. And that was the first time it made me feel something. And then the Stanley Parable came along and took that feeling I had for the Portals and essentially sort of magnified it to a greater appreciation for humanity, I suppose. This is giving college guy trying drugs and discovering empathy. It's not like I didn't discover empathy from this game, but I think this game was the first time I confronted like a very core anxiety, the anxiety of choice, and did it in a way that was not just, you know, not just profound, not just, you know, meaningful, not just extremely intense, but also did it in a way that was really funny. Like it did it in a way that was amusing, that it was fun, and made me realize that the anxiety of choice and the anxiety of thought doesn't have to be resolved through not mundanity, but through like something boring or something extremely deep or philosophical in some sense. Like it can be part of it can be that, but it can also be humorous. Like there can also be a sort of levity that comes with that. It's funny. But anyways, the Stanley Parable in the context of who I am as a person, without doxing myself too much, as I'm 60 years old. And I can't afford to dox myself. Okay, where is it? Okay, there it is. I wanted to pull up the trailer. It's in 720p. Dude, that's just like my streams, man. It's crazy. It's just like me for real. I'm a lot bigger, huh? Okay. Let's play the Trolley Problem. You should play Trolley Problem Inc. Then I have played Trolley Problem Inc. and I don't like it. I think it's a lot worse. You don't understand. There's like games that are philosophical or like invoke philosophical themes and ideas, and not a lot of them do that well at all. So, and when they do it poorly, it's mega cringe. And Trolley Problem Inc. is one of the ones that does it poorly, and I just hate it. Oh, I just don't like it. Did I refund the game? No, I didn't refund the game. I played 2.4 hours. It was too long. Anyways, okay. Let me play you the trailer, and then you might begin to see, perhaps, right, what I mean when I say this game has defined the trajectory of my life.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
You know, now that I'm looking at it, the trailer's like, it's pretty good, but it's not their best work, actually. Like, I like their other trailers a lot more.
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that employee 427 did desk in room 427. Stanley worked for Stanley went around. Stanley stepped into the Stanley.
I like the concept though. I think it makes sense.
Stanley was in such a Stanley is quite a Stanley for the first Stanley realized Stanley had never seen Stanley knew the office left Stanley from Stanley just Stanley was making Stanley. Oh, come now. You don't want it to end already, do you? Why don't we begin again? Wait, how did you do that?
This trailer is the launch trailer. It's like the first thing I saw. And I saw it and I was like, okay, it's kind of interesting. It seems like maybe a game worth me thinking about. But this trailer is actually not that good, in my opinion. I don't think it fully captures how I feel about the game. I have to find the one. The Raphael trailer. No, the making of trailer is the one. That's the one that hooked me in. I think the gameplay trailer was like, oh, it's a video game. Okay, I guess I'll play it. And then like I saw my friend showed me this trailer, and I was like, this before I played the game, right? And I was like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life, I think. I don't think the launch trailer really captured the vibe of, like, it felt too like it would try to be too quick, and like it didn't leave the game to breathe and linger. It sort of pushed you along into this super suspenseful like drama that's not what it is. It's not what it is. I don't think it was a proper representation of the trailer. This and like, but the thing is that trailer showed the most of the game. And so what I want to get at before I even talk about the video game is how the trailers promoted it, and my sort of, I don't want to say my philosophy, but like the how these trailers have informed the way I think of not like storytelling per se, but the way I think about conveying meaning, which is like a weird thing to generalize, but you know what? I'll just play this. So this is a trailer also for the game. It's called the Stanley Parable Making of trailer. And that's all you need to know going into this. Oh yeah, and the description is, take a look at this making of trailer designed to help educate the youth on how video games are made and how they too can contribute to the cultural wealth that is game development. Now this is more up my speed.
For boys and girls all over the world, games are an exciting pastime. Here we see a group of young boys playing the Stanley Parable. It's invigorating, promotes teamwork, and for just a few brief minutes helps them forget the nuclear winter that claimed their parents. But young Timmy here has a question about his favorite game. Where did the Stanley Parable come from? Timmy, it's an excellent question. Like all video games, the Stanley Parable was made here, in Wyoming. From a young age, children are trained in the art of programming. Today, this young girl will learn C#, Visual Basic, and high-level assembly language. If she fails, she'll be fed to the others. When the children come of age, they are tied together and marched into the center of town, where they will each write a single line of code, and then they die. Twice a day, the King of Wyoming comes to inspect the development and issue a judgment on its progress. Ah, reverse walking. The game has overwhelmingly won his approval.
Oh.
When the game is complete, it's time for production and distribution. Here, a number of witches are turning straw into fiberglass insulation, which the game will be printed on. Witches are hard workers, and they love their jobs, for which they've all volunteered. This one is brimming with joy at the thought of one day getting her child back. And at long last, the Stanley Parable is ready to be shipped out to eager players. All over the country, thousands of citizens have descended on their local Game-O-Plex to try it out for themselves. The fervor is palpable. The tragedy strikes when just 30 seconds into the start of the game, the crowd becomes enraged by it and erupts in a bloody riot. It's the worst game they have ever played. Tonight, millions will die. The game's creators are put on trial for their crimes. They've hired a lawyer, but unfortunately, he only speaks Italian. A guilty verdict comes back from the judge, and the creators are imprisoned, then shipped out to a camp to spend the rest of their lives teaching bees how to read. It's a futile task. Bees can't read. The Stanley Parable is a failure, but perhaps you can learn from their mistakes. That's right, Billy. You too can make a video game, one that might inspire the nation. Well, to be fair, I haven't seen your work. I can't really speculate on your artistic potential. Realistically, your game will probably suck.
Oh, it's beautiful. This and then the thanks. Now this is the trailer that made me feel something special. This was what I was like, this is how it's done. Because this, when I say this trailer showed you absolutely nothing about the game, that's true. You learned literally nothing about this game by watching this trailer. It was a almost 3-minute like public footage like gag reel where they just wrote jokes about video game development. But in a way, while it told you nothing about this game, it also told you everything you needed to know about this game. You understood from this trailer the sense of humor it has, the sort of the whimsical level of awareness and introspection that is necessary to create a parody of something like this, to be able to sort of like make light of the concept of a trailer, but in a way do so without undermining what makes a trailer a trailer. So in other words, it does none of the things that a traditional trailer should do to make you excited for the product. But in sort of like going against those conventions, it was able to hook me in more than anything else they had done. There's one more trailer as well called the Raphael trailer. That one is also pretty good. I'll show you like a little bit of it, but not like all of it. I'll get to the my favorite
recently
part.
received an email.
I'll get to
from
my
a man
favorite. I'll get to my favorite part, and then I'll like pause it because it's quite
named
long.
Raphael,
Or it's like
who
6
writes,
minutes.
I just played your game, and I'd like to say it was the most annoying thing I ever played. It had its cool moments, but overall the experience was only of annoyance. The problem is that it does not touch the heart of people. It's a very emotionless game. Did you ask any girls to try out your game? I ask because they are blissfully less logical than us guys. I am very logical myself, but also very emotional. So it was easy for me to find the game annoying.
That's so
What
mean.
happened is that your game frustrated me. I felt like I was being taken into someone else's hallways, doors and plans to deliver me an experience that didn't touch me. And worst of all, I had absolutely no free will in the game. No way to change anything. No impact. No power. I accomplished nothing. People play games because of what they can do inside them, and your game is very good at letting them know they can't do anything. Other things I didn't like were the amount of narrator dialogue too much, and that Stanley is repeated all the time by the narrator. Overall, your game is on a good path, I think. Good luck with it, and best regards, Raphael.
You know, Raphael, at first your negative response to the game devastated me. After all, I managed to squeeze so many emotions into the first game. How could a logical yet emotional person like yourself have been disappointed? But then I realized that much to the contrary, your emotional standard is simply much higher than a normal human being's. So I've come to think of you as a mentor, an emotional beacon toward which I might sail my wayward narrative ship. That's why I've discarded the Stanley Parable as it previously existed and rebuilt it from the ground up to capture not just many emotions, but all emotions. And I think few would disagree that it's a significant step up. Why don't I take you on a little demo walkthrough? This is the story of a love samurai named Stanley. In this new version, you play the ghost of a dream of a memory of a cyborg warrior trying to find his dead wife inside a poem. Dream of a memory of a cyborg...
What?
In this new version, you play the ghost of a dream of a memory...
The ghost of a dream of a memory
of a cyborg
warrior
warrior to find his dead wife
finding his
inside a
dead
poem.
wife in a poem.
The game's central feature, emotion booths. Stepping into any one of these booths will cause the player to actually feel that emotion. And these are just some of the hundreds of thousands of emotions you'll find in the...
Loved by ducks, cheesecake hangover. Down but out of the dumps, down in the dumps, up and beside the dumps.
Final game. Whereas many video games are content to offer you a finite number of things to do, the Stanley Parable is breaking ground by allowing the player to do literally anything. Let's look at an example.
Where's the bicycle? There
in
it
this
is, yeah.
scenario,
Yep.
the player has just infused a bicycle with the soul of his great-great-great-uncle Hermophrides. From this point, he might use Hermophrides' ethereal presence to detect nearby mineral deposits, or perhaps he might train the bicycle in the art of undoing temporal paradoxes. It seems that the player has chosen to use the haunted bicycle to deceive townsfolk as a part of his snake oil salesman ruse. How bold. Many players may be too logical to appreciate the Stanley Parable. So in the options menu, you'll be able to adjust for
Irony,
your own
quality, dynamic, logical feelings, enable heart-touching.
personal play style.
Oh,
Try
it's so
playing
good.
in Raphael mode for a real challenge. Already since the beginning of this video, rave reviews for the game have been pouring in. John Gamerson writes, I've played thousands of hours and had my heart touched 176 times so far. It really hurts. How do you turn that off? While a woman writes, this place has shoes. I love shoes. Oh my god. Shopping. Quests will be broken up into... It seems we've just encountered one of the game's anti-piracy measures.
Had by a heart touched
At random times,
176
it will crash your
times.
computer and start
It
deleting
really
files,
hurts. How do
just
I
in
turn
case you
that off?
downloaded the game illegally.
Oh.
Well, I suppose this is as good a place as any to stop the demo. I hope I've given you something to look forward to, and I certainly hope we can continue to look to Raphael as a messiah for narrative progress.
I downloaded the game illegally when I first played it. I'll get to that.
I'm upset that he was so annoyed by my first game, since it has always been my intention to become a person of respect, consideration, and unyielding empathy for others. But until I figure out how to do that, I think we should take some time here at the end of the video just to piss him off a bit. Stanley. 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 Stanley.
I think the game is best. I get what the last bit is trying to do. I get that, like, I get the vibe of what they're going for. Me personally, I feel like Stanley Parable's promotional material is at its best when it is entirely humorous and there is nothing about it that is like ominous or existential, because that should be within the game only. But yeah, the making of trailer is my favorite trailer of possibly anything ever made. Anyways, I think I can bring you back here now. Oh, God. I love those trailers. I love those trailers. The first launch trailer, not very good. Like, frankly speaking, But the second one is gold. The second one genuinely is like, this is how you should be. This is like, you take notes, man. Like, this, I'm taking notes. I was taking notes, okay? Because I think that's the way it should be. I think the game is humorous, but it also can be a bit ominous and daunting and like existential. And I don't mean existential in like a callous use of the word. I do, when I say existential, I mean like it puts you in a position where you look inwards and you have to examine yourself. Like, that's what I mean by existential. I mean, like, it does that. It forces you to do that. But it doesn't put, but you should, but it shouldn't do that. Or rather, I think it's best for them not to portray it like that in its promotional material. The promotional material should entirely be lighthearted, because the existential bits of it should be called upon into the player, or from the player, from themselves. In other words, the problem with the launch trailer, like the first trailer, to me, in my opinion, was that it tried too hard to say this game is super deep and it's gonna make you, it's a real doozy, and it's gonna like, wow, it's gonna bend your mind. That's what the first trailer did too much of. And that's wrong. I think that's the wrong way to go about it. I think that is not effective. I think when you tell people, oh, this game is really smart, then they're not gonna think the game is really smart. Like, they were immediately gonna go like, oh, really? And then they're not gonna, like, they're gonna be turned off by it, right? Instead, what you should do is demonstrate the game. I think the first trailer spent too much time describing it. Like, it spent too much time showing. Sorry, it spent too much time telling and not showing, which is, you know, kind of weird if you don't know what I'm talking about, right? Because as far as you know, we saw, they were showing and they were telling. They were showing the game, and they showed a lot of the game too, right? And they were telling us that the game was good, you know, through the reviews they put out, the accolades, through the, what are those, what's that called when you like cut a trailer and you put like the text and it's like where they go like, this summer, what's the name of that, what do you call that, like, what do you call that text that interjects between the pace of the trailer? That, right? Like, they're telling us about the game too, and they're showing us the game. But I think it's not. I think all of that belongs to telling. Preview? Maybe that's what it's called, yeah. But like, so that's all telling to me. It's not showing. You are telling me the game is good. You're telling me the game is something like is something deep and something to think about. Impact font? No, that's the font. I'm talking about like what's the thing, you know, whatever. Point is, right? The making of trailer, the one, you know, with the
Playing the Stanley Parable. It's invigorating, promotes teamwork, and for just a few brief minutes, helps them forget the nuclear winter that claimed their parents.
that shows me the faux quotes. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, maybe that's that. You know what I'm. As long as you know what I'm referring to, it's fine, right? But the making of trailer is the only trailer, or is the trailer that actually really showed an aspect of the game. And I think what's interesting is the trailer is obviously really funny, and the humor it engages, with is rather existential, or rather in a sense of like, there's a sense of dread in the humor that sort of highlights maybe how funny it is. I don't even know how to. I don't have the vocabulary to describe the humor. Okay, I don't. Frankly speaking, I'm not an expert on it. But what I can say is what you were supposed to think about wasn't the nuclear winter that the children were or like, you know, the prospect of one of the witches finally being able to see their child. You know, like, that's not what you're supposed to think about. What the trailer is supposed to do is it's supposed to make you think about it's supposed to make you think about the concept of a trailer in the first place. Right? It's supposed to make you go like, what the fuck am I watching? Right? That's the idea. You're supposed to be able, the effectiveness of it is it not only was it enjoyable, but it also made you step back of your own volition and look at that and go, what the hell was that just now? That was weird. I liked it, but it was kind of weird. What is that? And then it made you think. The launch trailer doesn't really make you think. The launch trailer says the game will make you think, but it's not what it's not doing it. It's just it's telling you, but it's not doing it. The making of trailer is doing it in the way that the Stanley Parable does, which is through its humor, through its irony, through its approach through its approach in its comedy. The Raphael trailer does so as well. It does so with an added snark to it, directed at you, the player, or like one of the players who clearly doesn't understand his game and his art, and he's going to explain it to you and laud over you about how much, you know, how unintelligent you are to even question the artistic integrity of this video game. In a way that makes a straw man out of you. Like, that's what they're cooking. That's how you cook. That's how you cook, okay? You cook by, like, not just telling people how to think, but making them think. That's what you, or if at least if that's the vibe you're going for, that's what you do. Right? If that's the vibe you're going for, which the Stanley Parable is, that's what you do. Oftentimes, too many, not just trailers, but games people make that are philosophically themed are dog shit. Okay, I'm gonna be real with you. It sucks. the games suck. Like, for example, Trolley Problem Inc. They suck in the sense that they're bad games. They're not very philosophical. Now I know what you might be thinking. How can a game called Trolley Problem Inc. not be philosophical? It's based on a thought experiment in philosophy. Indeed it is. But what it does is it doesn't make you engage in the philosophy. It merely uses the philosophy almost like a mask, as an aesthetic, as a sort of as a vibe, you know. It's just like, oh, you know, the aesthetic, it's kind of like book talk, you know. It's kind of like people on TikTok who buy books because of how pretty the covers are and never flip a single page into it. Or when they flip a single page to it, it really is actually purely flipping a page into it and not actually reading the words on it and engaging with the text and what the book is trying to say. That's what 90% of all philosophy games I've ever encountered are like, because they're not actually philosophical, and that they don't engage you to think. All they do is they just use certain tidbits of philosophy, of pop culture philosophy, mind you, as a theming for their mediocre game experience. That's what that is. And so that's why when, you know, and I know it's not any of your fault, and I think, like, I'm not saying that the other Trolley Problem games, there's another Trolley Problem game which can be in itself funny, right? I'm not saying the game is bad, that game is bad, because that's not something I've played yet, so I can't say it, right? I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm saying it's not philosophical. And what interests me isn't a game with philosophy as its aesthetic, but one that engages with themes in a way that is philosophical. That's what I mean. I think in most cases gameplay trailers are very effective, but for a game like this where you want to go into it not knowing a lot, the making of trailers better. But that's like kind of why I think it's not just like a good trailer, but it's like also Like, if you're trying to sell Apex Legends, you want like gameplay in it, right? And the thing is, like, I don't really think very highly of Apex Legends as like a thing. It's like, it's one of the games of all time, you know, is what I'm trying to say. It's not bad, pretty good. I've played it. Like, it's pretty good, you know. It's all right. And in that, for that game, I wouldn't expect them to do a making of trailer, because it just wouldn't work. Like something like the making of trailer, right? So this type of trailer only works for the type of game that deserves it, maybe. I'll try to say as I laud over I laud this game over all other games, right? Don't play FPS because I have taste, sorry. Okay, Marvel Rivals is pretty good though. Marvel Rivals is pretty good. Counter-Strike's pretty good too. Well, no, it was. Now it's weird. Anyways, the larger point I was trying to make before we even get into the video games, right, is I was so enamored by the way it almost felt like the game really understood itself. And that's what I appreciate about games. And that's not necessarily like something that needs to be super deep. If a game is just, you know, you're clicking a button, if it's like Cookie Clicker, you don't have to try to pretend like it's something else, you know? You're clicking a button and then the number goes up. That's the game. Don't try to dress it up like it's anything more or more meaningful than that. No, it is what it is. And you know what? It's honest, and that's what I like. That's what I want from it. Maybe a more relevant example is, let me think. What's a game that's honest? Trick Shot Simulator is the only thing I can think of as of late. It's an honest game. What is it? It's like, it's a simulator. You put the chip in the cap, you know, like that's what you're doing. That's all you're doing. You're putting the chip in the cap, but like, it doesn't pretend like it's anything more than that. It doesn't pretend like it's anything that it's not. And above all, I need a game to be honest with me in what it is. That's what it needs to do. I don't want another like first person, I don't want another third person shooter open world game that's like, this game will is about super interesting themes and it's got super cool gameplay that's revolutionary and never seen before, and it's the next step in AAA gaming, and the game is just, you know, it's the thing they put in like the Game Award trailers that they want people to go, ooh, that's cool, that ends up not being anything interesting and is forgotten in 2 years. Like, you know the one. You know the ones. A game has to be honest, a game has to be interesting, and a game has to be, in my opinion at least, something that is worth my time playing it, or rather, it has to fulfill my expectation of it. Now, how can you have an expectation if you haven't played it before? You can't. How can you have an expectation for something you've never engaged with? One of the ways you do that is by watching the trailers, and that's the importance of a trailer, right? The importance of a trailer is in that it's supposed to give you an expectation for which the product itself will fulfill or not otherwise, and that's, you know, which builds into your experience with the whole thing. So I'm not talking about this game just as a game in itself. I'm talking about the whole experience of what it means to play a video game when I talk about the Stanley Parable. I have to, because it's like, otherwise you don't understand where I'm coming from when I say this has like changed the course of history for the Charis Euphranor like saga. Of course, we have expectations. We literally have a word for hype, general expectations, hype. Yeah, but like, you know, how do you build hype, right? Like, where does that hype come from is what I'm trying to say, right? And that in itself is a part of the game experience. It is very important, in my opinion at least, for a game to be aware of the whole atmosphere in which it's coming out in addition to the game itself being good. It's all of that. It's all of that. Outer Wilds of Fear and Hunger, can't comment on them. I haven't played them. But I have very high expectations for Outer Wilds. I have not played Outer Wilds. I will. I have very, very high expectations for what it is, and I do not want to be spoiled. I genuinely don't. Like there's I would rather accidentally burn myself from trying to get something out of the oven again, like I did like last year when I was playing Elden Ring. I'd rather burn myself with the oven accidentally than get spoiled, okay? I know very little about Outer Wilds beyond its core premise and the fact that people have played it, that, you know, have talked very positively about the game. Okay, we're done now. We're done yapping now. That's everything I want to talk about surrounding the Stanley Parable and my experience with it. I suppose now we begin. Okay, where is it? I can't find it. Where's the video game? I can't find the video game. No. We're not cooked. Stop saying that. Stop saying that. I just have yet to you know. There we go. There we go. Okay. We got it. You got it. Nobody panic. Nobody panic. No, nobody panic. I did download. No, I did. Stop. Nobody panic. Okay. I move myself over here. Maybe shrink myself a bit. And move myself here. Okay. Please choose. Okay. Now, before we begin, this particular run of the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, I need to tell you that this is the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. And I've prefaced already by saying it's the type of game that really enjoys defying your expectations in a way that's like humorous and witty. That starts before you think it does. This is not the original Stanley Parable that I played back in 2013. Or that's not even the original. That's like it's like a mastered version of a mod that for Half-Life that came out years prior that they turned into a full-fledged game. Prior to that, it was a Half-Life mod. So this is sort of like the third version of this game. It is called Ultra Deluxe. It's not a sequel. It's a remaster, sort of. It's a remastered, complete edition where they rebuilt the game from the ground up to put on consoles and stuff. Okay? Have you played the Stanley Parable before? When you launch the game, you go into this menu, because it was, when it released, it was probably like 10 years since the 2013 version came out. So it might have been a while for a lot of people, and they would have wanted to select no to see, you know, and the game wanted to see or check whether or not you had, so it could sort of relay experiences to you accordingly. Because, and this is the only thing I would not really spoil, but like indicate beforehand, prior to your experience playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, and is a reason why I want to make a very strong argument for even if you've already played the original Stanley Parable before, why you should get the Ultra Deluxe, is because the original Stanley Parable was probably like 3 hours long if you wanted to explore every part of the game, like every ending, everything you could do in it. It was probably like 3 hours long. This game is like 11 hours of content. The Ultra Deluxe is, I want to say, probably 10 hours, as opposed to the 3 hours of the original game. So it's not a sequel, it's a remaster, but it's a remaster with more new content than the game had original content. But it is very in line with the way the Stanley Parable exists to market it entirely just as a remaster and not a, you know, a sequel or anything like that. Like they say, like they undersell the game a lot by saying, oh, well, you know, there's like a little bit of extra content, and then they sort of just, it looks prettier and that's about it. No, they put so much, they put a lot of fucking effort into this game, and it is, for all accounts, in my opinion, one of my favorite sequels to anything ever. Are you gonna finish this game then? No, I'm going to play this up to a certain point, and and I'll stop right as we get to a certain point. Talk about that, and then I'm gonna stop the stream. But I'm not gonna play everything. Have you played the Stanley Parable before? For the purposes of this and how I wanted to talk about, you know, the different aspects of Stanley Parable, I'm gonna say no. This is just a slider until the computer is barely visible. This is good. Please enter the current time. Okay. Note accessibility settings can be accessed from the main menu. Okay. There's a jump button. That's one of the things you might notice first immediately. There's an interact button. There's a crouch button. There's auto walking. Oof. If you're like me, when you played the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe for the first time 10 years after you played the original Stanley Parable, you went, before you even clicked the game, you went into the settings and you read every single toggle, and you wondered what they did. You read every single one. You wanted to make sure you didn't miss a single bit of this experience. Is there a shop button? There's merch. I think there's merch. You can buy merch. Load text, reduce motion. Yeah. So this is probably the only important thing that I would say is a meaningful addition to the game that I personally don't utilize at all, because, and okay, this is my first controversial opinion. Okay, maybe it's not that controversial actually. So the original game did not have content warnings. It came out as is, and it involved topics and ideas and themes of suicide, trauma, mental health, guilt, isolation, existential dread, like a lot of stuff that's really heavy. And the original game didn't give you any content warnings. The original game was just like, hey, here's a funny, haha, goofy, witty humor game, and then it just drops you into that. And I think nowadays, for a more contemporary audience, I think it's fine, and in fact even necessary to have content warnings. I think that's totally fair. But I just think that if you are not someone who's, you know, if you can tank it, I suggest not having any content warnings, because it's like, in a way, it foreshadows, or like, it I don't want to say it spoils, because you're like, at the point you're already playing the game, but I think it's best to let the game tell its original vision to you without the need of that, if you can help it. If not, then, you know, they're here. It's all here. Hot take is it's kind of dumb unless it's something for specific phobias. One of the games that you don't know what to expect. But yeah, but you have to see the other end of it, which is like, well, some people are incredibly sensitive to very specific themes and ideas, but they don't want to, because of their current emotional vulnerability, maybe because of something that happened to them recently, not be able to even just play a video game to escape that, and be reminded perhaps of stuff that, you know, they don't want to resurface. So, like, I get it. It totally makes sense. Anyways, those are the settings and credits. I'm glad that I think the game, and this gives it away a little bit, I'm glad the game's forgotten that I played it. I don't know what happened. I didn't set a setting, but I think when I uninstalled the game, it resets everything. So
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in,
as though he had been made exactly for this job.
And
Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
If people are vulnerable, I don't know if they should be playing video games in that vein, though. But that's the thing, is like you're saying they should play Stardew and Animal Crossing, but what I'm saying, but like you have to understand as well that when they play the Stanley Parable, they don't expect. You can't know what to expect from a game that seeks or tries very hard to defy your expectations, and that's fun. That could be really fun, but it can also be dangerous. What was the first thing I did in this game? The first thing I did was I looked around. Sensitivity is a little high. Let me just. How can I maybe here. There's no console I can use to no clip. Not that that would work, but there's no console I can use to Okay. 428. I went around touching every door. This is the way.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Alright, I'll stop. I gotta stop. Beep.
Stanley went around touching every little
This
thing
was the
in
first
office,
dialogue I got,
but it
yeah.
didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Yeah, I know it didn't, but I'm trying to sort of replicate. You have to understand that I'm trying to replicate what it was like for me when I first played it. I looked around and I looked out the windows and I was like, it's so bright. I wonder what's out there. I looked over here. I clicked on the doors again. I looked over here and I saw the other side of the office and I went, ooh, can I open the door and go there? I want to go there. I want to go there. Right, you're fiddling with stuff. You're looking around. I hate Mondays. Haha, that's kind of funny. Whoa, it's kind of weird that, It's kind of weird that this game is so ominous now already. Where's everyone? What's going on? What are we doing? 416, 415. Oh, never mind.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
My first... What did I do? Here's my first, I'm gonna walk you through what it felt like to play this game 10 years. Or what it felt like for me. I got to this point and I thought, in my head, okay, the game wants me to go left. But do I want to go left? I juggled it in my head and I was like, okay, I could go right, but I don't know what would happen. And in my experience when I played video games, when you veer off from an objective, you are punished from it. When the game tells you to do something and you don't do it, you are punished, and the game goes like, well, okay, well, if you didn't go to the marker area where they told you to go, you don't get the loot drop. And if you don't get the loot drop, your character can't level up and you can't progress, and then it sucks, right? So this one, I was like, okay, I guess I'll just go left. I'll do what the narrator tells me. You know, I'm going around, looking around, and touching every little thing.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
And then I sat here and then I stared at the PowerPoint for like every slide. How to solve this issue with a coworker. Let it ball up inside you. Take it out passive-aggressively. Using slides to assure employees that everything's okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic. Will ensure a calm and productive work environment. Everyone is unique. You most of all. Oh, don't you feel unique already? Number of slides on this slide. Charts, slides, charts, and slides. No, there's only one chart though. This is like one chart. Rate at which charts on the same slide depict the same information. Okay. Rate of increase in graphs per slide. It is going up a little. The boss appreciation minute. On your boss appreciation minute works, you circle the top 20 things you love most about your boss. Fill out and triplicate and return to your boss appreciation specialist. Solving interpersonal conflict. You ever find yourself in conflict with another diligent employee like yourself? More inclined toward conflict unless you're the kind of person who initiates conflict. Why did we hire you? Remember that it takes two people. What are your dreams for the future? Success, nature, transcend, mitosis, a boat, charts, pollution, less air, spring break, hope, clear skin, metamorphosis, comatose, football, lunch. Tips for not getting fired. Talk less. Do unbelievably amazing work all the time, every day with no expectation of promotion or recognition. Don't get fired. These are good tips. It's true, it works. Oh, the last bit. Let it ball up inside you. Take it out passive-aggressively on other coworkers. Resent coworkers for not supporting you more. Yeah, there it is. And then you let it ball up inside you. What do people want? Things, money, more money. Things, but with money to buy more things? Graphs. Graphs about things plus money. We have our new product. That's it. What is hot? Profits, 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 profits. Requires more secondary research. Colored in segment. The stock market is somewhere here. We don't know where it is, but it's somewhere there. Buy quarterly post-review review. We need less reviews. 402 plus 405 want to get... 402 plus 405 want to get rid of death sport portion in the primary review schedule. But I think that's a stupid idea. More water coolers. More water cooler heaters. Water cooler heaters. Charts need to be more hip to appeal to teenage demographic. Find teenagers to put in teenage demographic. Big net? Some sort of child trap? A lot of percent space between the teenagers. Size of demographic. Teenagers is over there. Throw something in the idea bin. No more bin. Trash can. Renaming of the ideas one. Firing of me. Ideas bin. Can't see what's in the quarterly report, but I hope it's good. Targets push for funding for R&D of new coffee machine. Okay. Standardize graphs. Not cost efficient. It kind of is though. Excuse me. Burped a little bit. Get Chris out of the broom closet. Synergize papers. Hire someone to synergize papers. Papers are too synergized. Fire paper guy. Hire somebody to fire the paper synergizing guy. Who moved my desk? Please keep the targets on the topic of. Tomorrow, complete today's unfinished agenda items. Write next day's agenda. Reflect. The future was yesterday. Tomorrow is now. It's true. Meeting room. Floor 4XX. Mergers, IT department, weekly review, weekly targets, marketing Mondays, office efficient, financial panic meeting, bosses inspection, ideas and development, what to do about 432. There's no mention of 427 here, is there? Group 42X. Oh, that's me. That would be on Wednesdays. That's when we have to do. I don't know what we're doing. Cabal planning. Okay. Group planning. All right. Do not alter without consulting whiteboard manager. Whip Franz. Whip. Office party on Friday. Oh, hell yeah. So 2 o'clock on Wednesdays, we have to be part of the group meeting as 42X. Synergize core value expenditures, shift global market parade, paradigm, monetize free to play, Genshin Impact, that's free to play, quarterly pie chart profits. Okay. Did I go into the broom closet the first time around? No, not the first time around. The first time around, I'm trying to replicate my first playthrough of this game. By memory. This is something that happened to me 11 years ago. And I'm 60 years old, so give me some time, okay? I'm trying to remember. I went here.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Did I go down? Oh yeah. So what happened was, I was like, I don't know. I don't want to go up. I want to go down. I want to see what's up down. I want to see what's downstairs. I went here. I saw the red light. And I heard the sort of ambient, like, office noises. And I said, fuck that, I'm going back up to the boss's office. That's what I did. I said, fuck that, I'm leaving, I'm scared. I don't want to, this game is scary. I don't want this to be scared. I went up here, and then what I do? I went to the... Yes, I looked around, and I saw the executive bathroom. And I was like, oh, yes. We love the executive bathroom. Tried to look myself in the mirror, couldn't see myself. Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. Extreme bathrooms, time. It's just like a bathroom. It's just an executive bathroom. It's just, these are just paintings of like the road. They're very unremarkable paintings. Some nice chairs here. I wanted to click on the computer. Nothing happened. This door wasn't here before. Wait, I thought you could open this. I guess you can't open this. Oh, I remember how you do that, but this is a new thing in Ultra Deluxe. This door, I think. Anyways, you go here.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth.
Wait, what's the password? 4609.
That his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number.
2845. I'm an idiot. Sorry,
it's
2845.
Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
No, I didn't remember. I played this game like 2 years ago. 2845. I should have remembered. 2845.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Do you see that painting in the middle? This painting? That used to be, I think it maybe still is actually. No, I don't think it is anymore. Or at least not for Ultra Deluxe, but for the original game back, or not original, but for Stanley Parable 2013, that painting in the middle was the icon for the game. It was the icon. And the reason I remember this is because the first time I played the Stanley Parable, I wasn't really in the mood to buy a game I wasn't really invested in, because I was like, I don't know if the game's going to be good, so I don't want to pay money for it yet. So my friend got the game, and he didn't get it through Steam. He got it through, like, I think Humble Bundle or something. And at the time, what I decided to do was just ask my friend to airdrop me the game. So we were both on MacBooks at the time, and then he airdropped the game to me. And that's how I first played the game. Was actually through, I didn't like illegally download it. My friend legally bought it and then illegally made a copy for me to play. I think is how that went down. Gura would have gone to the broom closet. The broom closet is a very Gura core room, that's true. Anyways, but I remember that being the thumbnail for the game. Yeah, it was the thumbnail for the game for the longest time. I think it still is, but yeah. Again, this is a remastered version of the game, so there's actually some things that are a bit different. I came here. I looked around to see if there was anything creepy that was gonna jump scare me, because that's how I play video games. Well, that's how I played back then, and it still is how I play video games now, okay? But then I went here and then
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Was this always here? No, I think the up. Someone maybe correct me, but I don't remember if the up button was here in the original Stanley Parable. I think because there's an ending associated with this that's new to Ultra Deluxe that I'm not going to, get at, obviously. Oh, and then it just breaks off. Yep. Okay. It's a little creepy, but sure. Is that did they spray paint, like, what did they spray paint? A vent? What is that?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
This is probably the hardest choice. At this point, because it went from, like, at first when you're presented with the choice of the two doors, I thought to myself, okay, the game wants to usher me in a direction, maybe to test me. So I thought, okay, I'll go along. And then when I got to here, I was like, oh, I think the game is tempting me to defy it. And so I looked at escape, and I was like, well, I guess I have to go through the escape, don't I? I walked through here.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
I heard that, and then I immediately turned back. I was like, I don't want to do that.
Stanley thought better of it, and realized he simply had too much to live for.
I'm too scared. I don't want to do it. I'm too scared. No, thank you. I want to go here instead. Oh, and oh, this is weird, isn't it? Oh, there's nothing else to do. Let me push the button.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
Oh,
did he have the strength to find out?
I almost fell over. I wonder what would happen if you did. I know exactly what happens if you do. Okay, by the way, I know this game. I know this game. This is not my first playthrough of it, and that's why, rather than try to pretend like I'm being surprised by things, I want to tell you how I felt when I first played it.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number
Oh my
of an
God.
employee in the building,
Oh, shit.
Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many
Co-workers?
individuals reduced to images
Where am
on a
I?
screen.
And then immediately,
And
obviously, your first
Stanley,
reaction
one
is
of
to
them,
look for 427.
eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
427 is right there. That's my room. That's my office. Look, it's my office. I have a little office. I must be more important than some of my other coworkers because, you know, I've got my own office at least. My own private space to do my very important work. Keep walking, keep walking, keep walking.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Never.
No.
No,
He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Beep. Where's the other button? There's like a 4. There's like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, isn't there? There they are. They have a different. They each have a slightly different pitch. Just remember the baby game and how Alara Pandora from Niji Sanji literally did a stream completing it. Do a stream where you win the baby game? No. No, I will not do a stream where I play the baby game. No, I would never do that. I don't think I would. I don't see any reason I would.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Oof. So when I got to this point, right? And what did I do? What did I do? This was my first playthrough. I saw system off, power off or on. In the mind control facility. Was this my first ending? No, this was not my first ending, was it? I'm trying to remember if this was my first ending. The first ending of this game. Because the thing is, like, I had actually, prior to me playing it myself, I'd also watched my friend play it a little bit, and I saw 1 or 2 endings. So I might be confusing what I saw with what I played. What did I do? Because I remember I got to this point and and I think what happened was I just turned it off, and then that's like the rest of the game, isn't it? Then you've beaten the game. Was that the case? Was that really the case? Was that really what I did? Maybe I tried to like walk off as well. I tried to kill myself maybe. Because if you turn it on... No, that's right. I turned it on. So at this point, I got to this final I didn't know it was the final choice. But after so many choices, I thought, okay, I didn't really want to listen to what the narrator had to say. And I think at this point, because of all the choices presented to me, the game wants me to defy it in some way. So at this point, I thought, okay, I'll do this.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized that he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it,
Oh shit, there's a timer.
It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now.
And then I went back
Shape it
trying
to
to
your
see,
heart's desires. This is
what was
much
different
better
here.
than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off.
I saw
But
the
what
buttons and I was
precious
like,
moments
3
each one of them
attempts
is.
remaining. What?
More time to talk about you.
Big red
about
button.
me,
Console.
where we're going.
Enable
What all
backup
this
power to
means, I
activate backup
barely know
power. How do I
where to
enable backup
start.
power?
What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace
power,
before you're
backup power.
obliterated?
Incorrect.
All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway.
3.
I'll tell you exactly what happened.
Incorrect.
I erased them.
4. I gotta
turned
pick
off the
4.
machine. I set you free.
I actually don't. I think in the base game there wasn't so much feedback in these machines, right?
Of course,
I don't
that was
remember there
merely
being
in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I
disable-
tell it,
oh, damn.
I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground,
Where's 4?
swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp.
I think it's up
I
there.
have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything
There's 4.
and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My
That didn't do
goodness,
shit,
only
did it?
34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra
Incorrect.
time on
1.
the clock. Why not? These are precious additional
1.
seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh, dear me. What's the matter, Stanley?
Yeah.
Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this
game,
room
it was
was
just half
capable of
button on
turning
the
it
wall
on?
across the room. No, I
mean,
remember
look at you,
there were many buttons
running
in the
from
original
button
game as
to
well.
button,
Or okay, when
screen
I
to
say original
screen,
game, I mean the
clicking on every
2013.
little
When I say original game, I'm referring to the 2013 release because that's what I played. I'm not talking about the Half-Life mod. The Half-Life mod I haven't played.
thing in this room. These number
Maybe I should.
buttons.
Maybe I
No,
should.
These colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment.
This, I think when the monologue got here was when I stopped panicking and I started listening. Yeah, it was when the monologue got to around this point.
But here's a spoiler for you.
I stopped moving and I
That
just
timer
accept
isn't
that.
a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just
Just
seconds
seconds
ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you
Goodbye,
can't.
employee 427.
Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds
That's
until
a
a big
lot of
boom and
shit
then nothing.
they did, huh?
No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces.
They improved it, I think.
Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say happily ever after.
And this is when yeah. That was the first ending. I'm pretty sure that was the first ending I got. It might not have been the first ending I saw, but it was the first ending I got. And this is when I thought, oh, that's what this game's about. Prior to that, I was like, oh, the game seems kind of cool, but I don't get it yet. I played that ending, and then it immediately occurred to me what this game was about. And then I was hooked. I was hooked after that ending. I want to say I think maybe the third or fourth run I played this game, it had one of the random sequences where there were a bunch of papers around the floor.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
And then I thought to myself, okay, where the fuck did all these pieces of paper come from? Like, what is this thing? Did it know I was... Did it know about, like, you know, the decision I made in the previous run? What's going on? Did I reset? Or have I not reset?
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference.
I want to, like, lower the audio now for a bit.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Nor did it advance the story in any way.
Yep, okay. Let me, Stanley Parable narrator is just GLaDOS from Men Likers. Okay, well... They're different things. They do different things, okay? Input received? Oh yeah, I know this is tied to something. I know what it is. I've known every part of this game because I've obsessively dug over it into it so much that I didn't think it would ever be a good stream because, like, I'm not playing the game. I'm just sort of telling you how I feel about it. And at that point, why play the game when I could just start yapping again for 2 hours? You know, I guess the game is jogging my memory, right? Get here, get back here. What did I do after that ending? After that ending, I went and thought, okay, what if I just did everything according to the narrator? Because I thought, okay, I just sort of betrayed him at the last possible moment, right? But what if I just did everything he did for the whole thing, and I didn't complain at all, or like I didn't in my head complain. I did exactly as I was told. What would happen? After I figure that out, I can experiment with defying him in different stages of the game. That's what I was thinking at the time when I played. So then I just beelined straight to what he wanted to do.
He entered the door on his left.
It's like a museum visit, yeah, pretty much. They have the same energy though. Do you see my vision?
There was not a single person here either.
Yes, and that's why I'm playing both those games today in the same stream. Or it's not today, I'm playing both those games this week, okay?
Feeling a wave of disbelief,
and telling you how much they
Stanley
shaped my taste in games in general.
Hoping he might find an answer. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I do see the vision. Oh, now it opens. Now this door opens. This is new. This is new. This is part of the Ultra Deluxe, I think. What the hell? I think that's just the game. I'm gonna show you this. We're going up? Okay, I guess we'll go down. There's a lot of things that the Ultra Deluxe does that just, I think, objectively make the game better, which is something I thought impossible. Difficult if not impossible to do, from something I loved so dearly and so much. I wasn't gonna get into it yet, but I guess we've sort of like gotten into it. I guess we've sort of gotten to a point in the game where this is purely Ultra Deluxe content. Yes, yeah, he says Stanley. He says some other things as well. But part of what made me appreciate the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe so much that it genuinely brought me back to the Stanley Parable was it felt like, and it made sense, of course, but you know, sometimes you'll play a sequel to a game or a successor or something like that, you know, a remake, whatever, and it feels like they didn't get it anymore. It feels like the people who made the game originally left, or if they didn't leave, they lost touch. They forgot what their game was about, they forgot what the point was, they forgot why people liked it, why people played it, and you know, they wanted to just release a quick remaster for a quick cash grab, and that's all there was, right? Like, all of the soul and the love and the passion and the craft was gone, is gone, is what so many sequels and remasters and all of those things suffered from, that have made me really, like, grow a sort of resentment for the idea of expanding upon something that was already complete in my eyes. In the Portal 2 stream, I briefly mentioned how the beauty of a sequel and like what it needs to do is even more than what a game, to be a good sequel, to be a perfect sequel, a game needs to do more than just being a perfect game, right? And I really don't say this lightly, but Ultra Deluxe felt like that. Off flip side, yeah, exactly, right? Like, it's so easy to fuck up. It's so easy to fuck up and not get it all right, but it's also really easy to do okay, but not have it live up to the standards of the original. I think we're here now. I think the first time I went into the elevator, I spent maybe 2-3 minutes. I was grooving to the music and I was like, hang on, did I push the button yet? I forgot. And I went to push the button and the door opened and I was like, oh okay. I didn't know that because I went and I tried to open it just now. I didn't know that they closed these doors on the first playthrough. Makes sense. They don't want to like overwhelm you too much before you get an ending. But once you get an ending, is when you really start to see the game, right? And at that point they let you into that.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
Yeah.
That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Calming indeed.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated,
all right, that was it. That's
Stanley
enough.
calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
I haven't gotten the speedrunner achievement in the original game, I just realized. For Ultra Deluxe, there are some achievements I haven't gotten yet as well, like the one that requires you to not play the game for 10 years, which I'm, currently breaking because I want to play the game on stream and show you guys, even though I'd already completed the game, like, years ago when it came out. Anyways.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
At this point, I had a goal, and it was to immediately speedrun through the story and see what would happen. Not speedrun, but like to get through it, just to know what would happen if I did everything.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed
instructed.
with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold?
Could you just
Stanley
change your
thought to
desktop
himself.
date and time? Would you have
Did he
to
the
actually wait 10
strength
years?
to
I
find
think
out?
I think changing the date and time wouldn't work. I think you have to use something like Steam Achievement Manager, but yeah. But I am like, I think it's been 4 years since I played the original game. So when I was debating between which one to
Now
play
the
for
monitors
today's
jumped to
stream,
life. Their true nature
I decided,
revealed.
okay, I'll play
Each
the-
bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals.
Sorry, I'm just trying to like get the audio to exactly where I want it to be.
Individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally.
So when I
monitored
was
in
I was
this
debating in my
place
head whether or
where
not to play the
freedom
original or
meant
Ultra
nothing.
Deluxe, and the tiebreaker for me for which one to play was that I was actually it's been 4 years since I played the original.
This
Since I played
mind
2013.
control facility,
So-
it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been
We're
under
gonna wait for
someone's
that.
control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable.
Wasn't
it?
Was it even possible?
Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
I'm trying to
Here
now
was the
recall
proof,
which one
the
was
heart of the
which
operation.
was my favorite ending.
Controls labeled with emotions.
I remember the ending, but I
or
don't remember how
sad,
to get there.
Or content, walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
I suppose I will.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty.
Dun dun. Is that
Was it
Is it
over?
over? Okay, now it's
He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet,
Yes.
even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Something at this point I noticed probably, at this point of playing the game, was that the narrator always addressed Stanley in third person, like he was telling a story. Whenever you did what he told you to do, and the moment you go off the beaten path or you choose against his orders, he addresses you in second person as the player almost, but sometimes as Stanley. But you know, it's when that sort of breaks off. The other thing you'll notice right here is when you step into the freedom ending, which is this is the freedom ending, right here is the only time in the game where you don't have control of your character. This last like sequence is the only time in the game where you can't look around freely. Like sure, like for example here, for most of the game you're stuck in between like corridors and rooms, and you know, there's not much movement, but at least there's still some level of autonomy in your like ability to choose what you want to do and how do you react to a situation. You know, you can pace up and down. You can pace forwards and backs, left and right. You can look around. You can spam the interact button in thin air to create the nice like clacky sound effect that it does. But the freedom ending is the only point in the game where you lose complete control of everything you do.
Stanley
So
felt
right now
the
I'm trying to
cool
move
breeze
with
upon
my
his
like
skin,
mouse. I'm
the
trying to
feeling
like
of liberation,
WASD.
the
I'm trying to
immense
click my
possibility
interact.
of the new
Can't do any of
path
that.
before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
It's like he realizes someone is breaking from the script, so there has to be someone else playing. Yeah, exactly. How many cycles till you unlock the path where you end the story by jumping off the catwalk? You don't need that many. You don't need any cycles. You just go and do it. I think you just go and do it. This like the catwalk suicide ending. I forgot what it's called, but you know, because there's official names for the endings. That was the second thing I.
All of his
did.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So at this point, you know, after going
When
left
Stanley
twice,
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm trying to recall which my favorite ending was. I'm going to try to get to it. I obviously love every part of this game. There's not a single ending I don't like. There's not a single ending that I don't love and think is worth playing through and appreciating as part of this whole like package, this whole game. But I think I want to try to bring you to my favorite one, so I can briefly talk about it, and then it would make more sense as I play some of the other endings as well.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Yeah, you can't interact with this, unfortunately. $1.25 for a cold drink. Could use a cold drink right now.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings.
I'm looking
Really
around for
worth
coffee.
it.
That's what I'm doing. It's a little different. There it is. It's a coffee machine. And a coffee mug. Coffee nuts.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Oh.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
So through here you go down, it's the museum ending, I think. If you go down here, it's the museum. You go down here, you are dropped into a conveyor belt, I think, and then you almost get crushed by a machine, and then the narrator's voice is gone, and then someone else, I don't think she has a name, but like a femme narrator shows up and delivers the rest of the dialogue in the same fashion. And then there's a moment in that ending where she goes like, oh, quit the game now, it's the only meaningful choice you'll make. That's the highlight of that ending, is when she says that. Yep. From what I remember, right? And if you go back if you go past the elevator, you ignore it, then you get back on track to the boss's office. Where are we here?
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Do not lie. If you are lying right now, stop. That's good advice, I think, yeah. Generally, if you're lying, just stop doing that right now. Don't do that. It's a warning, really, more than it's advice, but you know. Do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion. Will cause death. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift, $1,000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, $5,000. You have to pay a $5,000 penalty if you jump off and die. It's terrible. Dying is expensive in this economy. Vent access for trained employees, only climb at your own risk. Oh, I almost... Oh, you can't quite see it from here, can you? I wonder if that was here in the original game. Oh well.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
I'm sorry that like most of this gameplay is me just saying what the narrator's saying, but you have to understand that like this is who I am as a person. Oh,
that's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone. As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited once. Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife.
My wife?
And the two pledge themselves to one another.
We do?
Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible?
They've got Kafka,
None of
Honkai
these decisions
Stars
were supposed to
game?
mean anything.
What?
I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
Oh.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely.
Wait, no, I think the blue door... Stanley walks through the blue door is my favorite ending. Stanley walk through the red door is the Minecraft and what is it? It's Minecraft and another video game. Portal? I think it's Minecraft and Portal. Yeah, Minecraft and Portal is the red door. The blue door, if you keep going to the blue door, it is my favorite ending. I forgot what this one is,
It's
actually.
as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world.
Yeah, I remember this.
Please observe this helpful instructional video.
I don't know if this is my favorite ending, but it's
Choice.
one of my
It's the
favorite
best
ones.
part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also
This is
be
also
the
the
most
narrator's
dangerous.
voice.
For
You might be
example,
able to tell.
in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make
Why is there a
life better for
grasshopper
all
in
people.
there? Oh, right. Yeah.
Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read.
a lot of
Which
people.
choice would you make?
A lot of people make
Remember
that second choice.
unlike
don't they?
here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational
Did they change it for Ultra
logic.
Deluxe?
If you find
Yeah, they
yourself
did.
speaking with
Yeah,
a
it's
person who
Firewatch
does
and
not
Rocket
make
League now, yeah.
sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue
Yes,
talking.
it's true.
Turn to a partner
They're not
and practice
real.
saying, "My goodness, is
Is
it 4:30?
4:30?
I'm supposed to be having a back sack and crack."
My goodness, is it
Excellent.
4:30?
Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day.
At least.
Do you make more than 8? Less?
Yes.
And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Where are the aliens?
Welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction.
Everywhere.
But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Okay. Did the guy's tie get bigger every slide? I think it was the same size. Oh, we're railroaded. We can't even jump off and kill ourselves.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets
No.
worse.
Wait, this is the red. No, it's not. It's not the red and blue door.
It's not well equipped to deal with reality.
I thought this was red and blue door. Red and blue door is if you jump off the conveyor belt. Yeah, right? I think. It's been a while. It's been a while. Go back here. Go back here. We have to revisit a choice. And they walked through the left door.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending. The story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Is there even a left door? I
All
think
you
there
need
is,
to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Is this the one where it doesn't go anywhere?
Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Why did you do that? I didn't know. I'm fucking up the world. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, narrator. I didn't know. I'll go back. It's not too late, is it? It's not too late, is it?
It's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Is this confusion? Oh, this might be confusion. Wait, what?
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish.
This is...
You who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed.
I actually don't remember where this
goes. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground.
I know you fall down. I know you fall down. And you get into the Half-Life mod of the game. That remains unchanged. And then the game resets, and I forgot where you go after that. I actually don't remember.
You just had to see.
Was that it?
Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child.
Child.
Oh,
My
story. If
You
you'd
use the
just gone
chairs
through
as
the door on
steps?
the
For
left,
some
you would have seen
places,
it. There was a
yes.
whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious.
I
It would have been
was.
so perfect. I worked so hard on it.
I
I
know.
tried so hard to make behave exactly as Stanley
Oh,
would.
yeah, this is my favorite
That
ending,
means
actually, I
choosing
think.
responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that?
No.
Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No, why did you do that? Oh, he doesn't do that anymore, does he? I forget.
No!
Actually.
Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
Yeah.
Behave
Are
exactly
we?
as Stanley
Is it?
would.
Hold on. Does it keep going, or do you have to? I forget.
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I think yeah. It will keep looping until you go left first, and then what do you do?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a
Wait,
wave
does
of
it just go
disbelief,
back?
Stanley decided to
I'm
go up to his
confused. I
boss's
actually don't
office,
remember.
hoping he might find an answer there.
Ah, it's railroaded. Yeah, that's different.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
What do you do? What do you do? Oh, it's green, and you can't go through there anymore. Yep. Yeah, I remember now. Yep.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human
Yes.
life.
Yes, I remember this.
Shocked, unraveled,
The green
Stanley
room.
wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open
Night
the
Shark
door? Would it still
115.
work? There was only one way to find out.
Night
Stanley
Shark
had been trained never to speak up,
115.
but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown.
Night Shark.
He drew a sharp
Night Shark
breath
115.
and then spoke the code.
Night Shark 115. Night Shark. Night Shark 115. I don't think it's working.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115.
Yeah.
He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Night Shark 115. Yeah, it's not working.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver.
Night
Otherwise
Shark
we can't get on with the story.
115.
This
Night
is a
Shark.
crucial step.
Where's, do I click V for voice controls, for voice chat? What? It doesn't work. I usually have my
Okay,
voice
fine. You're not going to do it, but you know what?
voice.
It's pretty
Bind it to
humiliating to
mouse
bring you
voice,
this
that's what I
far,
do.
only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
When Stanley came to a set of two open
When
doors,
Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he
entered the door on his left. Yeah, this is my favorite ending. Yep.
Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me?
Oh, Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. They updated that.
Is everything all right?
Developed by Crows, William Pugh, and Davey Reedon. Yep.
The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision.
Kevin Brighting
it cannot
is
exist
the
without you.
narrator.
Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
That's my favorite ending. Yeah, and it's not my favorite in the terms of like, you know, I think it's the most fun because there's a lot of endings that are even more fun. And without getting into spoilers for what goes on in Ultra Deluxe, it's not my favorite ending as a whole. Ultra Deluxe has my new favorite things in it. But it is in the 2013 release. My favorite ending was the one we just did. That ending involves you going through every going through every choice the narrator presents you verbally and then going against it. So you get to the door, you say no, you go through the lounge. He says, okay, go on the left and then go back to the boss's office. You say no. You go to the construction bit of the office. You take the elevator up. You're put into the phone call. And he goes, pick the phone up. You don't pick up the phone by unplugging the phone. At that point, every single decision, not presented to you by the game, but presented to you by the narrator, and there's a difference. There is a difference. The difference being you can defy the game a lot earlier. For instance, the earliest instance of you being able to defy the game is when the game goes, Stanley took a moment, he stepped outside, he stepped out the office, right?
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer.
Now it's
even closer.
Here it
comes.
So the earliest instance where you can defy the game is actually just right here. You can just like close the door and go like, all right, I guess I'm not playing it. And that's like the ending is the, what is it called? It's the waiting ending. I don't know what it's called, but you know, the point of this ending is like, okay, you're literally going out of your way to not engage with the game. And in that case, all right, the game gives you nothing. This is not the same as you going through the game and whenever you're presented a choice by the narrator, not by the game, but by the narrator, doing the other thing that the narrator asks you to do. That's the you can see there's multiple types of defiance. Right? It's not just, okay, you're not doing everything perfectly according to the instructions set out to you.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it?
No, it is. It is.
Is this Stanley's office?
Yeah, it is. You begin to see, like, differences in, like, yeah. The voices. Anyways, yeah, the reason why I found that ending is my favorite, probably, is because that ending has... it being the one where you consciously constantly
When Stanley
defy
came to a set of two
the
open doors, this
narrator's
was not the
instructions.
correct way to the meeting room. And Stanley knew
Sorry.
perfectly well.
When you get to
Perhaps he
that
wanted to
point
stop by the
in the
employee
story,
lounge first, just to
every time
advise.
you're confronted with a choice and you say no, you're actively
Yes,
defying the narrator.
This room.
And so it's less the relationship of you and the player, and more the relationship of you as a proxy to Stanley, right, with the narrator. And that's what leads to the ending, right? That's what leads to the culmination of you are so disconnected from Stanley, and because you are so opposed to everything the narrator wants from you, you have decided.
What a beautiful room. What a but
You have
eager to
decided
get back to business. Stanley took the first
that you
open
want
door
to,
on his
you know,
left.
distance yourself from the narrator as much as possible. You want to be the pain in his ass. You want to
Stanley was
you
so
don't want
bad
him to be
following
happy at all, right?
directions. It's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Not for any reason other than just because you don't like him. And as a result, that the ending comes about as this sort of separation, and Stanley being paralyzed because, you know, he has no player, you're not there anymore, and the narrator growing desperate and lonely. This is a common theme in many other endings, but the choice to sort of present yourself at the two doors, to present you in front of the two doors, or rather Stanley in front of the two doors and you above Stanley, almost like clipped out of the game, is, at least that's as far as I understand what that ending represents to me.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the
What's
wrong
Sorry
foot
Leroy?
here.
I have no idea.
I'm not your enemy.
I think that's an Ultra Deluxe thing.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
BP1. This is red and blue door. Red door. What is red door?
Now listen carefully, this is important.
Is it like, oh, the game hasn't been built yet?
Stanley walked through the red door.
Because blue door is you telling the narrator that I don't even want to play this game, actually. Your game is boring. And so the narrator goes, okay, well, why don't we play someone else's game? Fuck you. Which eventually leads to, like, Portal in Minecraft, which nowadays is Firewatch. And, well, you know what? I'll show you.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What?
Help me elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours is something I say somewhat frequently to my...
Would have made this game better. What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design.
I want the
and give me some
Raphael
feedback.
Parable. That's what I want, actually.
There we go. A third option. This
Where's the
already
leaderboard?
feels leaps
That
ahead
comes
of
in.
where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly. A calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul.
I
You
say
can't
that a
teach
lot
that,
as well.
Stanley.
In that
Don't even
cadence,
try.
I say I felt it in my soul.
Here,
in that
based on the
cadence too
data
much.
from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid,
I need to
think
stop.
I've
I need to
knocked it
stop
out of the
downloading my
park with this one.
personality from this
Let's
game.
take a look.
Yes,
now, would
that's
you
the
say that
leaderboard.
competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again,
Yes.
honest answers,
Good
please.
old Neil. In 2 seconds. Got a Scottish flag for his profile picture. Did you know that 21% of players skip the intro sequence? Only the worst 3% shows the blue door. 98% of players are more attractive than Stanley. This is you. You are the worst player. You're objectively ranked 9,328th out of 9,328 players worldwide. Why not ask some friends for help? Her friends list empty. We need a leaderboard for the Charis Euphranor community? The leaderboard, I would only make a leaderboard if, like, you are punished for doing anything. If you do anything, you are immediately, like, worse. And you rank lower in the leaderboard. You can't go there anymore? Okay. Oh, what the? I don't think that was supposed to happen. Wait. I think I'm glitched out. Wait, am I actually? Wait, hold on.
Hey, I nearly forgot.
Oh,
I've
no,
got a
it's not.
prototype
I'm
of a
not.
new
Never
game
mind.
I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to
That's
give it some
kind of weird.
playtesting.
I don't think you were supposed
You
to
wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Was I supposed to go there? I think I
In
was.
this game, the baby crawls
Yes.
left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful
What an
game,
ugly baby.
all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your
And
experience.
the buzzer as well. I think how I found out what this ending was, because I wasn't gonna play 4 hours of this, was I watched Matthew Patrick 13, or that at least back when I watched him back in the good old days. That was his channel name. Now it's Game Theorist, and now it's retired, right? But I watched Matt Pat play this on GT Live. He set it up so that he had someone on his member of staff, so he didn't even play it. It's funny. He had someone on the member of staff set it up for him for like 2 hours, and then he would continue on from 2 hours or something. Really funny. And then like eventually they had to reset again because he didn't realize, like, he messed it up and he didn't hit the second button, because at some point a second button shows up.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
Oh, it's
Because
two
if the
birds in
latter,
one
well, I don't know
stone.
what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done.
I'm done.
It's over.
It's over.
Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose.
Twisted erotic purpose.
Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Oh yeah, one thing I liked that where with the Stanley Parable was a lot of it is taking shots at, you know, video games as a whole, right? And the sort of derivative and uninspiring stuff that comes out of it. But when they do make specific references, like back then with Portal and Minecraft, and now with Firewatch and Rocket League, it's not to make fun of the game. It's more to like there's an appreciation for it. Like they're not saying Firewatch bad, I guess. And I like that because at a certain point you can like insult other games and point to them and make fun of conventions, but it's also important to recognize when games are like good and to give them their props as well, and I think that's what they're doing. They kept the Minecraft door opening sound. Was it the Minecraft door opening sound? I've never played Firewatch, so I don't know. I guess that makes sense though.
Oh no.
Oh no.
No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
No!
Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any...
I like mindless games sometimes. Right? Yeah, you can. You can like them. I think the goal... So it's interesting because at some point in the museum ending, you actually see stuff that was originally meant to be in 2013, but they later scrapped. And one of those was like, at some point the game would devolve after a certain like ending into this first-person shooter, and you would be shooting like space aliens that are invading. And the reason they scrapped it was because they realized, or David realized as he was writing this, it's like, well, the point of the game is not to insult other games. Like the point isn't to say like FPS games bad, because that's not like really that's not interesting, and it's not really, it's just unnecessarily cruel, and it really goes against the point of the game, right? And so the point of it is not to ever say that mindless games are bad, or like the games that are less thoughtful are therefore like that's a sin, like and you should never engage in a game that doesn't make you think, like no, you can play games to relax. That's like that's a big part of the appeal. But what the game is saying, the Stanley Parable is, right, is that when a game offers you choices, you should think very carefully about what that actually means. Because in many senses of the word, you're not really given a choice. If there's two branching paths, for example, a left door and a right door, both those paths are intended by the developers. They know that in either of those, you will reach a point that still confined within the game state, and the developers can do with that as they will. In that sense, there's no choice. And it's not to say that it's not fun. It can't be fun if there's no choice. There can't be. But when games are sold on the idea of you can do anything, you choose anything, you have player agency, and you can make choices, what does that really mean? That's what the question that the game is begging, right? And in doing so, first by satirizing it, going, oh, you shouldn't be given that many choices, I'm walling this off, or follow the story exactly the way it is told and you will get the best ending, okay? It's obviously satirical. It does try its best to reward you for making choices. For example, when you defy the narrator, when you go, okay, I'm not doing what you're doing, you're making a choice then. You are exerting yourself as a player, your subjective self is coming out almost, and going, no, I will not just... Like I will engage with the world, and that can mean conforming with the choices being presented to me, like by another force, but it can also mean defying it. It's not one or the other, but more so just being mindful that you are making that choice. That's the whole like thing with the idea of choice. They expand on this further in Ultra Deluxe, and well, let's just say that they also play with some other themes, including what it means to be a remaster of a video game.
We avoided it.
Yeah.
We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Model's lagging? Oh shit. Uh-oh. Is it? Sorry.
One
All right.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice
No,
big
it's good,
box
all
for
right.
you to run
It
around
was,
in.
it was
There
an
isn't
open
any
world game, that's
possibility
why.
that you could get lost here. Now this is
It's
game
game
design.
design.
Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind
Could be
back here.
sports
Is
ball.
this game sports ball?
It's sports
Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun.
What fun.
We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together.
A touchdown, yes.
I think surely we must.
Surely.
Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Oh, there it is. I love sports ball. I love sports ball. It's so fun.
Are
Another
you doing
one.
it? Are you winning? Is
I'm
this
winning,
fun?
yes, I
Is
am.
it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on?
A lot better.
Stanley,
yes.
I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist,
Sportsologist.
but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes.
We get like 5 more balls.
Goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls.
More balls. Yes. More balls. More balls. More balls. More balls. There's too many balls. My model is lagging, I think. If you can hear me, that's fine, I guess.
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over.
What?
That's right. Your little fun comes to an end.
What?
This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set... Hold on.
I'm never sure if the game devs, or, you know, Reason and Pew, intended for you to fall down this pit before the extra balls or after, but I don't know.
Hold
I
on.
wonder what they thought.
What are you doing?
What I do know is, in an interview, they mentioned, Reedon mentioned that they actually just reached out to Firewatch and to Rocket League, and they were like, "Hey, can we borrow your assets for our game? We're making the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, and we want to use some assets from your game in it. Is that okay?" And then both those teams were like, "Yeah, sure." And then they just sent them like all the assets, and we're like, "Here you go." And they were happy about it. They were happy to just be included. It was great. It was like a pleasant,
Stanley,
nice
don't do that. I
experience.
can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a
The
story without me?
You can't do it. You know that.
Stanley,
Come back. We have so much. So these are, what are these? These are just, well, it's not really anything, actually. You fall down from that. And then you arrive at the Half-Life mod. This is the original Half-Life mod of the game, the Stanley Parable. Where some of the walls are torn down, but yeah. 507, where are you supposed to go? 423, oh yeah, here it is. 423, 424. You know, the original Half-Life mod was like a bit too creepy, I think. I like the, yeah, I know the lights are off too, and that's not the effect, but like, even with, the Half-Life textures are always too unnerving for me. I like the way the game looks now. 427. 427. 427's job was simple. Where are the monitors? Or where are the instructions? Choop.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
And we wait, and we wait, and we wait. And we wait, and we wait. I wonder when we'll get to the new content. There's new content in Ultra Deluxe. You get... The new content comes faster if you clicked... I've played the Stanley Parable before, but I was...
All of his co-workers
I was
were
intending
gone.
to showcase more of the original Stanley Parable.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
So
missed
I guess
the
that's
memo.
why it hasn't shown up. Yet. What's the red door? I forget what happens to the red door.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct
Try to
way
get to
to
the
the
red door.
meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
If you just jump down here, you die.
Look, Stanley, I
Not
think
very
perhaps we've
interesting.
gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy.
One of the
really,
endings
I'm not.
features you
I
running
realize that
back
investing
to
your trust in someone else can be difficult.
your
but the
office,
fact is that the story
and then
has
going
been
into
about
a
nothing
spaceship?
but you all this time.
I forget which one it is, though.
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important.
Okay.
Stanley walked through the red door.
That's where I shall go.
Oh, thank God,
Oh,
you are
red door is the catwalk suicide ending.
willing to listen to me. Do you see
You
that
go
I
into, like, a
really
room
have
that's
wanted
really
you to be
nice.
happy all this time.
And it's
The
just like
problem is all these
lights. It's like a light
choices.
show,
The two of
and
us
then there's
always trying to
calming
get
music.
somewhere that isn't here.
Oh, yeah,
Running
this
and
loops
running
until
and
he says
running, just
something.
the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think, well, I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we
What are we
looking for? Here.
Yes.
Oh,
it's beautiful,
isn't it?
it?
If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
But I'm kind of bored out of my mind. It's really nice now, but you know what? I think I've had enough of that.
No, wait.
Wait,
Where are you going?
Come back to it. Oh, look, it's pretty.
Right. Where were we?
I think the thing that spoke to me about this ending was how, as opposed to the blue door where, okay, the player is really defiantly against playing the Stanley Parable and has thus chosen to just try to play it, like, get out of it, to play something else, to do something else. The narrator goes and gives up and goes, you know, all right, fine, fuck you, we'll go play someone else's game. This is when the player finally gives the narrator a chance, right? And goes, you know what, okay, we will play your game. That's the whole red door thing. And part of what makes this ending compelling for me is when you do finally give the narrator a chance. It's you walk into this sort of confined space with it's a dazzling light show, and then but that's it. There's nothing else. There's nothing engaging for you as the player. It's designed in a way that's supposed to feel really nice for like 2 seconds, and then you are bored and you're like, I want to do more. It's not interesting. This is, you know, whatever. But the narrator's having the time of his life. He's enjoying this. He's like, this is wonderful. This is what I wanted all this time. Is for you to finally listen to me, Stanley, so we can play this. We can do this story together. You know, that's what he wants. It's not what he's getting, because at some point you, the player, decide you're really bored of this, and literally in your own boredom, you sort of almost violently, brutally rip away this thing from the narrator. You rip away this sort of this pleasant experience he gets here, this break from all of the asinine narrating he has to do.
Oh
And
no!
Go
stay away from those
here,
stairs.
up
If
these
you
stairs.
hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
And you're willing, and what makes this
Please, no,
compelling as
Stanley,
well,
let
right?
me stay here. Don't take this from me.
It's so violent. It's so brutal. This part of the game is literally, you know, you being willing to kill yourself to get
Please,
out of
Stanley,
this.
think about what you're doing.
Because, like, you just can't give enough of a fuck about what the narrator wants. You've given him a chance. And then you realize, oh, well, that's it. That's all he has to offer. There's not much there. I'm going to leave. That's it. I'm going to kill myself. I would rather kill myself than stay here with you.
No!
Oh, no. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
And in doing so, you're not only just killing yourself, you're willing to do it multiple times. It didn't fuck me up, but this definitely made me feel really bad. This ending, when I figured out what I was supposed to do.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You were literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
The thing is, you're not, though. The thing is, what's interesting about this ending is, like, the thing is, you're not defying him because you hate him. You're not trying to kill yourself in spite. It's more like out of boredom. It's more like you just, you know, it's nice, narrator, but I'm not interested in playing what you're doing, and I just want to, like, leave. I just want to get out of here, whatever that would take. And figuratively, what you're doing is you're killing the game. You're turning it off. You're killing it. You're telling it, no, I'm not interested in playing this anymore. And, like, that hurts for the narrator, for the creator of the game, because he intended for you to have a good time with it, you know? Intended you to like it, to have fun, for you to be willing to do this.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know, and do you actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me?
At this point, my movement is a lot slower because I've, like, jumped off, like, 3 times. I wonder what happens if you go back here.
I wanted us to be happy here, Stanley. I really did. I still thought that was possible.
I don't think I've ever heard that line of dialogue before. But yeah, this ending does really kind of hurt to see, because it's not just that it's painful to watch you know, to have you kill yourself as the player character, and the narrator kind of like having his nice thing torn away from him. And this is the first time he's not like annoying and egotistical and like, you do as I say, you know, like he's actually going like, please don't do this, don't take this away from me, this is all I have. But you can see the sort of like analogy that this is bringing to you, right? And how as a game dev or a game writer, like it really hurts to see someone engage with your game and you think you're enjoying it, and you think they're enjoying it, and then they actually go like, oh, I'm bored now, I'm gonna go, I'd rather do anything else than fucking continue playing this game because I'm bored, and I hate being bored, and being bored sucks. And like you are spitting in the face of the person who made this.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others. So the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
There it is. There it is. I didn't think it would take that long. Or I didn't think it I thought it would take longer, actually. You know what? I say that, but I've played this game for like about 2 hours, so it makes sense to have it now. So, I've talked enough about the Stanley Parable. I've talked about my history with it. I've talked about how much I loved the game, how much it changed and defined my life. A sort of slightly more in-depth analysis of some of the endings that we went through just now. Not all of them, of course. There were a lot of them. There's actually one new ending there related to the elevator that I didn't show you because I tried to refrain from any of the new content. Because, well, I wanted to play to this section of the game. I wanted to get to the point where you start walking through the halls, wondering to yourself, oh, I wonder where the new content is. Because the game sort of advertised itself as a remaster of the original plus new content. So how do I get to the new content? Where is it? You think to yourself, where is the new content? And then as you're walking, you see a door that says new content. And that, I think, I don't know what I expected going into the game, going into Ultra Deluxe, because I was like, how would they possibly, where would they put that? Like, is there going to be a tab that says like new stuff, like in the menu? Like, where would you find the new content? How would they fit it? Are they going to offer more doors, more choices? But they can't, because the game's already polished. It's already like the way it is. You can't, if you add more, you're ruining it. And that's how they do it, right? That's how this is what they decided to do, is they put new content here. Want a museum? We could do the other endings like at some point in the future, but you know, I want to show everyone who hasn't played the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe the reason to get this game and why it's not just a remaster. It's like more
new content. What does that mean? New content.
And you know what? Before we begin, I want to show you something as well. Where is it? I want to show you the build up to this new content. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe trailers. Because there were a few. Okay, and I want to talk you through the 10 years since they made this game. How many promises they've made, how many times they said, okay,
this is the story of a video.
Here's the game now, you get to play it, or it's coming out soon, it's gonna release, and we're gonna make it slated for this time. I just want to like, oh man, oh what a journey this was. Give me a second. Here we are. Is there perchance a shred of content you haven't played yet? No. Trust me. I spent so much of my life analyzing this game. There's not a single nook and cranny I hadn't thought about yet. There's not a single rock I hadn't flipped over. I really think I know everything about this game. And if I don't, it's not because I don't know. Like, if you ask me a question I don't know, it's not because I don't know. It's because I've forgotten. Because there's quite a lot to go through. But there's nothing that's novel to me, probably, about this game. I've probably watched every interview with Davey Reed, and I've probably watched every trailer. I've watched every trailer, and analyzed and thought about it. I went on to do 2 degrees in philosophy, understanding concepts of existentialism, so I can think about this game better. Okay, I think I have a good amount of an understanding of this game. What's your favorite ending? I showed it earlier, Zero Striker. It was the ending. My favorite ending in Stanley Parable 2013 is the ending where you constantly defy the narrator every time he offers you a choice verbally, which is to say you get to the point where there's the telephone and then you unplug the thing. You unplug the telephone and then you get the PSA, the instructional video on how to make choices. And then eventually the game ends by credits. It's the only credit ending of Stanley Parable 2013, I think. I don't know why it's the only credit ending. I don't exactly know why they chose that to be the credit ending, but that happened to be my favorite ending. There was a route or a shred of content that I hadn't experienced in the original game prior to the 2013 release. Sorry, prior to the Ultra Deluxe release, and that was the falling off of the rails in the mind control facility. But yeah.
This is the story of a video game called The Stanley Parable.
Oh, yes,
you
it
knew
is.
The Stanley Parable,
Yes,
of course.
I do.
After all, it was the video game sensation of 2013.
Yes, I was.
Don't you remember all those awards we were nominated for?
Yep.
And this year's winner for Best Narrative is
The Last of Us.
The Last of Us.
The Last of Us.
Papers, please. The Last of Us. Papers, please.
The Last of Us.
Yes, it was thrilling to be so unanimously recognized by our peers. Which is why we've locked the game's source code away, where it can never be touched by the greedy hand of capitalism. A pristine time capsule of perfect artistic integrity to be preserved for... Wait. What do you mean we never put the game on consoles? Of course we put it on consoles. We didn't. Excuse me a moment.
Oh, no holiday booking?
Stanley! Stanley!
Gotcha. Stanley, I've had a great idea. I want to add new endings and new content.
New content?
Adventures for you. Won't it be fun? Oh, shush, of course it will.
Of course it will. Yes, more content, more fun, yes.
We'll package it up with the original game, and we'll
yes.
put it on consoles.
We will.
And everyone will buy it again because they're suckers.
Yes, we are.
Come. Daddy needs a third swimming pool.
Coming in 2019 with new endings, new choices, and new platforms. This was 6 years ago. It was 2018, December. They said, in 2019, we will release, and there will be new endings and new choices and new platforms. There's going to be new content. The game's going to come out. It's going to be great. Fine, it'll be on PC too. And at this point, on December 7th, 2018, I was ecstatic. I thought to myself, oh, good. That's wonderful. Finally, I'll be able to play this game again. I'll have a wonderful excuse to play it again. And this time with new endings, new choices, new platforms. What? Most importantly of all, though, when I was thinking about this trailer when it came out, was the title Ultra Deluxe and the money that was sort of being flown around was certainly an interesting visual choice in my head. So you already know from this, or at least when I played it, I already knew how this, or roughly that they were aware of what it felt like, because the game was complete. It was already done. They released it for PC, and that was it. And they wanted to release it for consoles, and they could have just made a port and just called it Stanley Parable. But you know what? They wanted to add some new things and reprint it again, so people will buy it again. Not unlike a lot of remasters out there, and they called it Ultra Deluxe. It's Ultra Deluxe is very on the nose, right? Like, I don't have to tell you this, especially with the glowing neon sign here. It's very obvious they know what they're doing, and it's very obvious they know what it sounds like, and they've leaned into the fact that it's like, well, it's unnecessary because the game's complete. Why the fuck are you doing another remaster? Like, are you just trying to wring all the content dry out of this? Anyways, it was right from the get-go apparent that they were aware of what this looks like, and I was excited for this, partly because I'm a sucker, no doubt about that, but partly also because I wanted to see what their approach would be to a remaster, because for a video game that prides itself in being very aware of video game conventions and it itself being a video game, what would it be like for it to be a remaster and for it to be aware of itself being a remaster? I was excited to see. And so in 2018, they said, all right, it's coming out in 2019 next year. Well, where was it? Yeah, the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, the Game Awards trailer. So this was 6 years ago. Is it the responsibility update? No, I don't think so. What is this? What is this for? Is this for the Stanley Parable? No, it's for Accounting Plus. That's the other game that Crows made. So Crows is not this. They made the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, but they weren't the original creators of the Stanley Parable. That would be Reedon and Pew. Pew went on to found Crows, which is not at all an inspiration for anything you might be familiar with. Don't worry about it. They released some other things, and a year later, yes, Stanley Parable responds to your letters and...
In the months since we announced the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, we've been hard.
So, December 2018, they said, we're going to release this in 2019. In November 27th, 2019, they released this.
Work and had little time to share updates. So, I thought it would be nice to take a moment to respond to a few of the letters and emails we've received from you, the fans. Let's open up the mailbag and have a look. Here we have a letter from Tim Richmond, who writes, Hello. I've been looking forward to the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe and excited to see the new endings, but something has been bothering me. When you announced the game, you announced it for 2019. Is that really feasible? Does only a year of development give you enough time to make the game the best it could be? The Stanley Parable is special to me, and I just want this new iteration to be as high quality as possible, no matter how long it takes.
That's me.
Best wishes, love and hugs, Tim. Well, goodness, Tim, thank you very much for your thoughtful concerns around the final quality of the game. But let me put your fears to rest. We gave ourselves plenty of time to make exactly the game we wanted to make. No compromises. Now, it's true that there is very little time left in the year.
Yeah, there is.
We intend to stick by our commitment to you, the gamers. Promises of a 2019 release were made, and those promises will be kept, no matter what. You have my word. Your concerns are noted, but not necessary. Let's look at another one. This one from Alma Redmond, who writes, I have a confession that I need to share. When the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe was announced, I tried to spread the word about it as much as I could to family and friends and peers to make sure that everyone around me knew to expect more Stanley Parable in 2019. However, in retrospect, I now feel ashamed for putting this kind of pressure on you to deliver the game in 2019, not knowing the myriad of game development challenges and external factors beyond your control that inevitably complicate even the most well-organized game development efforts. I hate to think of the stress that I may have inadvertently caused you. No one should have to create art under that kind of pressure, under that kind of time constraint. I hope you can forgive my hubris and my presumptions. They won't happen again. No, Elma, I really do.
I genuinely don't know if these letters are real, if these letters and emails are real, because they could be real. I imagine, like, I am someone who would write something like that, but at the same time, it's like, they could have just made this up as well. I don't know.
Appreciate the extra thoughtfulness, but the truth is that we've experienced no complications or compromising external factors whatsoever. To characterize the game's development as anything other than a steady current of unhindered forward momentum would be grossly inaccurate. I always appreciate when others feel shame on my behalf.
Me too.
But in this case, it's strictly not necessary.
That's true as well.
Would it be nice to have a little extra breathing room? Just in case? Sure, I suppose. But really, we're fine. Okay, our next email is from James P., who writes, I've been a fan of Stanley Parable from the day it was launched. I spent countless hours exploring every corner of it,
I need to tell you I have only one request for the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Please, delay it to 2020. Please. There's simply no way I would be happy with the game if you spend any less time working on it. I'm counting on this to be the best game ever made.
Please delay it to 2020.
How could it possibly be done with only a few months left in the year?
Is wonderful.
2020 is the only release window inside which my outrageously lofty expectations could ever possibly be met. Please, for us, for the fans,
for the gamers.
I'm asking you not to let us down, not to let us be hurt like we've been hurt before. Please.
Please.
Delay the Stanley Parable Ultra
Deluxe.
Wow. I'm actually quite moved by the vulnerability of this letter. To have such naked faith in us to deliver a product of such high quality and to be so willing to wait a little bit longer for it is this truly the level of trust that our fans have in us?
It is.
That they are so quick to sacrifice their own short-term gratification for the health of our game and our studio?
It is.
Well, I have to say, I've never felt so deeply connected to our fan base before. Yes, I too can take a stand. I will give our beloved fans what they've been asking for, what they've demanded across dozens of other emails and handwritten letters exactly like these. I will be a champion for you.
Oh, how noble of you.
You spoke to us loud and clear, thousands of voices ringing out in a single unified chorus, echoing one message over and over. And that message is...
Delay
the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe to 2020. To sometime, probably before summer. But it sort of depends on the specifics of how development goes. You spoke these words to us, and we are listening. Rise up, gamers.
Rise
and make your demands. Rally behind these words. Etch them in your soul. Die for them if you have to. Let nothing stand between you, all of you, and this valiant future you have collectively willed into being. A future where the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
What a great delay notice, though. Wait till you see what happens next.
Together, we will create this world for the people, for the gamers, for you.
Back to cafe, crows. StanleyParable.com. There was a newsletter you could sign up for. I signed up to it. Of course I did. Why would I not be signed up to the Stanley Parable newsletter? Of course I would. So this happened 5 years ago in 2020. Or 2019. And they said, we will delay it to a 2020 release. And then 3 years ago... Ooh. Let me just say, like... There's only one thing better than... Or maybe not better, but there are a few things comparable to the quality of the making of trailer in the from the Stanley Parable. Few things that measure up to how good it was or it felt to watch an explanation for how video games are made. The only thing that comes close is perhaps an explanation for why the game hadn't come out in 2020 in 2021 December. Oh boy. So in this delay announcement, they said we will delay it to 2020 and 2019 November. They said so in the original they said okay, 2019 release. In 2019 November they said it will be a 2020 release, early summer. In 2021 December. Oh my god.
What does it mean to be a video game developer? It means lying boldly and brazenly to your audience, promising them release dates that are wildly outside the realm of reality.
Oh, don't I know it. Oh, don't I know it.
It has turned out to be a lie. You double down even harder on the next wildly unrealistic release schedule.
Don't worry, guys. The Myth of Sisyphus video is coming like next week, guys.
Round and round the cycle goes. Is there any video game in development at all? Who can say anymore? The lies have become the game.
Dear gamers, everyone here at Crows is very sad to announce that we'll be delaying the Stanley Parable until Q1 2021. We know it'll be a disappointment, but we hope that you understand. We only care about the final quality. You'll be swinging from your webs and checking out a really high detail city environment real soon for whatever it is you do in Stanley games. Also, we're adding the pizza stuff in. COVID is absolutely fucking us right now. Sorry, gotta go. Great power, great responsibility, etc. Your friends at Galactic Cafe, Crows Girls. Oh, I love this. Oh, I love this so much. You have no idea how much I love this game. You don't understand that when they at 2021 December tell you that they couldn't make the game for 2020, it's just, oh my god.
Come the game itself, a promise indistinguishable from reality.
Wait, is it, like, so I think like in this trailer they said it would be delayed to 2020, and it's not on a video, but I think in their newsletters they said, or somewhere in their official posts they said it would be delayed to 2021, and then in 2021, which is this one, in 2021 December they released this video.
Why do we keep letting
And as we all know, something kind of significant happened in 2020. Shit, I'm trying to think of something that happened in 2020. No, I can't think of it. What happened in 2020? Yeah, VTubers. Yeah. So as we know, the most significant thing that happened in 2020 was Gargura debuted. That's the most significant thing.
Do this to us. They've betrayed our trust again and again. When will we learn to stop buying into every little... Oh, wait. What's this? Early 2022? Why, that's fantastic to hear. I'm so excited. But remember, developers, this is the last time I believe you. After this, your time is up. My patience is wearing thin, and I have so many new stories I want to tell. Better get back to work then. Tick-tock, tick-tock.
After 3 years of development, the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe is now content complete and preparing for release on PC and consoles. So this is the reassurance, is like they're literally saying it's content complete, we're preparing for release, we're just ironing out bugs. Oh my god. When I first played and then yeah, the game will launch in early 2022, wishlist now. Did it came out 2022 or 2023? I think it did come out 2022. Anyways, when I first played the Stanley Parable, I was in high school and I wanted an office job because of it. Now I have an office job and I can confirm that it's actually just like the Stanley Parable. You sit at a desk and you push buttons every time someone tells you to. It's just sad there's no yellow line in the office. So yep, I've signed up for the newsletter and everything. Oh, it's beautiful. They released, and yeah, so this came out, wait, when did this come out again? Was it December? What all game developers do is lie. Yeah, December 2021. March 30th, 2022. They used the same accolade they did for the original launch trailer. So this release date trailer was is a slight bit of an homage to the original launch trailer, which I mentioned before at the beginning of the stream is not that good personally, but you know, I see what they were doing. I see what they wanted to try to do. So.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day, every month, of every year. And although others
might have considered it soul-ready,
Stanley...
I think the idea for this trailer was, you know, it's a remaster of the original game, right? Or like a, you know, a deluxe version, whatever you want to call it. They just recreated the original trailer, or at least at the beginning, that's what they did. And they wanted it to, you know, to show.
Every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. Stanley.
Ultra Deluxe was April 4th, 27th, 2022. Yeah, it was, yep. I love the release date as well.
Something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley.
It forever changed me, that's for sure.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that led into the mind. Stanley was once again stunned to this indication of any. Stanley walked upstairs the office next box. Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. Stanley decided to go to the meeting. Stanley's obsession.
Release date trailer.
Oh, come now. You don't want it to end already, do you? Why don't we begin again?
Again.
Wait, how did you do that?
They basically just remastered the old trailer and did it again. Fair enough. This was kind of fire though, I won't lie. Yeah, like it was a little cheesy, but I did kind of freak out when they did that. I was in a Discord call, we were watching this trailer, and then the moment the dash came here, I like yelped. I was like, ah! Oh god, I remember. Oh, it was beautiful. The game came out 27th April. Yep. And there's a launch presentation. Now this is the shit they were cooking with. This one was just like a remaster of the original trailer. I see what they were going for. This is what they were cooking with. Really? I liked it. I don't think they cooked it. Okay. I will say it. No, never mind. I won't say anything. No. I'll just play it. Imagine being a super fan of Stanley Parable and then dying of COVID. No joke, when I got COVID, because everyone got COVID, right? I'm pretty sure. When I got COVID, I was like, I can't die now. I have to wait until the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe comes out. I will die after that. Like, I can't lie to you. One of my strongest motivations for getting through the pandemic was like, I need to play this game. I need to survive this. Please let there be no long-term damage that will impact my ability to play this video game coming out. Oh. Oh, I was so happy. I was so giddy. Yes. What a beautiful modern clock.
Here. Yes, I'm here. Yeah, I'm coming. I'm almost there. Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm here. We can start the presentation now. Oh, God, I've been up to my neck in paperwork, handling multiple storefronts. It's been a whole mess of nonsense trying to get this video game out of the door. Okay, what are we doing now? Oh, the launch trailer, right, yes. So, the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe is out now. Hooray.
Yes.
Let's see, what's next? Background and development history? I don't have time for all of this. Who wrote all of these slides? Who even cares about the game's development? I don't have time for all of this. Who wrote
Modern and Beyond. After an initial release as a Half-Life 2 modification in 2011, the Stanley Parable was released as an HD remix in 2013 to critical and commercial success on home computers. It is widely acclaimed for setting the bar for comedic writing and its deep themes of choice and player agency in video games. Since its initial release, it has seen use for educational purposes in narrative courses and remains one of the prime examples of using doors in games in interesting ways. The Stanley Parable really has it all.
at all of these slides. Who even
Oh, I
cares
love
about the
this.
game's development? Look, the Stanley Parable first came out in 2013, and now the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe is an expanded version of the game with a massive amount of new content and endings. There. Easy. Done. Moving on. Console release. It's also out now on these consoles.
These ones.
These ones.
Yes.
Okay, next up, previews of the new content. How bloody long is this presentation? I literally have my accountants on hold right now. They charge by the hour, so we need to get through this trailer ASAP. Blah, 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 blah. There's lots of new content in the game. Yes, we know that. I explained it already. Okay.
Every screenshot up until like the last two are not in the game, I think.
Blah, blah, blah.
Like, that's not real, that's
Blah,
not
blah,
real,
blah.
that's not real, that's not real, that's not real.
There's lots of new
That's not real, that's not real. This, I
content
didn't
in
even
the
see
game.
that as. That's not real, that's not real.
Yes, we know that.
That's not real, that's not real. That is definitely not
That
real. This is real. This is real, though. This is actually real, which is weird that this is real.
Explained it already.
This room is real, yep.
Okay,
Yep.
here we are. Launch details.
You just haven't found them yet?
25
I'm gonna
US
continue
dollars.
looking.
And for the first 2 weeks, it's on sale. If you own the original Stanley Parable on Steam, you'll get this new one for 33% off. There. Is there anything else? Special thanks and acknowledgements? I don't have anyone to thank. I did it all myself.
It's
Turn
true.
the projector off. Turn it there. Okay.
Do-do-do.
Well, it's been fun, but I have to dash. Buy the game. Buy it. Buy the game. Go on, buy it. Buy it for your granny. Bye-bye.
Buy it for your granny. Bye bye. And that's okay. And that is the short detour we took in the new content. New content that I wanted to show you before we dived into the new content in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, which is what we're here to do. I have the sound muted. There we are. Narrator's just Chairman. You have no idea how much of my personality I downloaded from this game. You have no idea. Everything after this is new content for the Ultra Deluxe. I know a lot of you have played the original and not this one, and you're kind of thinking, well, I don't need to play the new one because it's not really a new one, it's just a remaster, right? I am begging you. I'm on my knees, okay? I'm begging you to give this game a chance if you really liked the Stanley Parable. If you thought the Stanley Parable was kind of funny and was like an okay game, but you're not really that interested in more of it, ignore me, okay? This is just me rambling about like my thing, okay? But if you really liked the first game, I promise you this one lives up to it. It really does. And that is a very tall order. Trust me. I've seen playthroughs of Ultra Deluxe by VTubers. Does it count? No, because the point of the Stanley Parable is you are the player, you are the subjective person making the choices. I think it's fine to watch other people play it, but it's definitely a whole other thing to play it yourself. And that's why I think playthroughs are great and they're fine. But let's just say if I had a kid who was like, Father Euphranor, I would like to watch the video game being played instead of playing it. I would say that's okay for most games like Apex Legends and Valorant and Counter-Strike and World of Warcraft, maybe. I don't know. What other video game do people play? What's a video game now? Fortnite. You know, yeah, you can watch Fortnite. That's okay. But if you're like, you should play the Stanley Parable. You should, because playing it is like you can't get this back. You know, you could never, if you've up until this point not been spoiled for anything in the Ultra Deluxe, you haven't watched it yet, and you give a shit about the original game, please play this one. Please, please, please play this one.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded
Have you done the
upon
room
in
closet ending? Yes, I
2022
have.
with
It
the
was pretty
Stanley
good.
Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Yes.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features
content.
exciting new content
Yes.
that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable,
more
delighting
game.
audiences the world over.
More game. More game.
Please,
More
step
game.
inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
New
well,
content.
this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
The new content? Okay, the new content, here we go.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Quick note on the narrator lines. Have you noticed that they were new and recorded 10 years later? So I think the way the game works is like most of the original in the base game portion of the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, like, you know, where it's just the 2013 release, they used all the voice lines recorded, you know, in the 2013 version. But obviously for the new content, they had to get Kevin Bretting to redo the recordings again. I'm not sure if they re-recorded all the original lines. I don't think they did, but I think they just recorded a bunch of new lines for the new content in this game. But it's new content. It was recorded, like, you know, 10 years after it first was. I personally can hear some difference in Kevin's inflections and tone, just like very slight differences between this, the Ultra Deluxe stuff and like the 2013 stuff, but not like it. I'd have to really pay attention to it to even pick out like what those differences are, and I can't really articulate them either because I'm not really a voice director, unfortunately.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we...
I do think it's got something to do with the recording equipment being different.
There we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, wow. Okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Oh, I thought he gets into the dictionary spiel here. He gets into it later. What is that? We go back in? I guess not. The jump circle?
All right.
All right.
Let's see. It's the jump circle.
Press space to jump. What if I just don't?
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Holy shit, jumping. Yeah, you have to do it in the circle as well. So I'm pressing spacebar right now. I can't jump. I'm in here now. It's funny because when you jump in the jump circle, it doesn't feel like jumping in like video game physics sense. It feels like rather than you're pushing your legs and then lifting up in the air and then you suspend and hover for a moment before falling back down and accelerating down to the ground, you're sort of falling down at the same speed in which you go up, and there's no it's choppy is what I'm trying to say. The jumping feels unnatural, which I think might be part of the point, or it just could be the fact that the game was never meant to involve jumping.
Goodness, another elevator.
Sorry, that's my chair.
I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there.
That's literally me whenever I keep getting asked to do new content. That's just like, I could just read like the dictionary. No, that's 20 hours of content. No, I'm not doing a dictionary reading stream. Absolutely not.
Hell, I could count
Up
to
to 30 trillion. You could
put that on the box. The
Stanley
Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. Oh wait,
there's more.
There's more. Very good. Yes.
Yes.
I knew there had to be something else.
Something.
Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
I don't know if I will be. Watching a Charis stream is essentially just a Stanley Parable playthrough. Man with a nice voice makes fun of you while thinking about existentialism. Okay, but the difference is, unlike the narrator, I have a convincing American accent. That took a moment. Thank you for enjoying the
That's
new
it?
content.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, Test achievement, please ignore.
I got that achievement, by the way. You do not understand how hard, or not, it's not that hard, but it's like, there's a lot more. You have to play through almost everything to get the test achievement. Please ignore.
What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter.
Now known as X.
And hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations.
It couldn't have. How would it?
If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game? And we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about.
What is it about?
No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
What is the
game
game
What do you say,
about?
friend?
Oh, well, I guess I don't have a choice, is what I would say. Oh. God, I love this game. I love this game so much. I'm so happy. I can't open this. I love the picture. I love that. That's so good. I don't know, words cannot express to me how when I got to this point and I saw this painting, such a giggle, the giggle that rushed through me. Oh, I love it. It's perfect.
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
So this is one of the things where it's probably the only time it's a little unclear. And I think in hindsight, I don't know how else I would have written it differently. But you want to go in the vent. If you don't go into the vent...
Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
So if you, like, you might... The Stanley Parable gives you the impression that if you ignored that and went onwards in the hallway, you would be rewarded with something different and unique. You don't. So at this part of the game, because it's technically a reset, the game allows you to move on to the doors and, you know, as usual, do one of the other endings. And if you don't want to do that, you can just, you know, if you don't want to do any of the quote-unquote new content, you can just go and do that. But you might not know this, and you might be looking for the new content here, thinking, there's no way it'd be in the vent, because that's what they want you to do, so I'm going to do what they don't want me to do. No, that's not really the case. This single choice in this entire game is probably the only one that feels a little jarring compared to, you know, how the rest of the game goes. I would bear that in mind.
Oh, never mind. You're not a dog.
Are you grinning or blushing? I'm grinning. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be.
Jumping
but it got
was
me
pretty
thinking
cool.
about the...
I mean, jumping's a whole new mechanic. People will sell a whole new game Overwatch, they would sell a whole new game based on one or two slightly new things and false promises.
Asked, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Yes. When I saw this in the trailer, I was like, what the fuck is that? Is that like... Is that Dark Souls? Like, what? What is that? What do you think is out there right now? I want you to guess what's out there. This is an exercise in your agency and your subjective thinking, okay? You get to this point in Ultra Deluxe's new content. What do you think is behind this door frame? What could it possibly be? I want you to guess what you think, based on what you know of the Stanley Parable, what it could be. Because that's what I did when I played it. I got to this point and I thought, before I continue playing the game, because the game, I could just let the game tell me what they're doing. But because I love, like, what, part of what, you know, my obsession with, that's my share, sorry. Part of my obsession with it was like, okay, but like, what could I have made something like this? Because one of my nagging sensations in my soul is like, this idea feels like it was so integral to my, like, person that if nobody made the Stanley Parable, I would have made something like the Stanley Parable, but somebody did, and that's why I'm me, right? Anyways, when it came time for Ultra Deluxe, I thought in my head, or I conducted an experiment with myself. I wanted to see what would I have done in this portion of the game, and I wanted to see how close I got to correct. Like 50 broom closets, okay.
I call it the memory zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Oh, I love this game. I love this game so much. I'm gonna cry. God, I fucking love this game. You remember this part? I thought you said you didn't play it. Have you played this? Or not? This is the memory zone. This is the Stanley Parable memory zone. Or you might have watched someone play it, which doesn't count either. You should play it yourself. Seen playthroughs? It's not real. You're not a real person, I'm sorry.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013,
but it is, yeah, it
when
is
the
like
game
the
originally launched. Back then, video games had integrity.
Oh yeah, they did.
Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Oh. Charis Go, National Geographic, Indoors Monthly Time, Shapes Graphs. Oh, look at that. That's the Stanley Parable, Indie Box Collector's Edition. Agile performance for an agile business. Display high impact growth strategies, dynamically streamline human capital. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, it's beautiful. Audience Award, the Stanley Parable 2014 Independent Games Festival. Oh, and this one. Yep. The BAFTA. The British Academy of Film and Television Arts awarded to Stanley Parable in the category story. I'm real? No, you're not. Not unless you've played the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. (2013). Oh. Stanley Parable. By the narrator. Our first kiss. My first car. The release of the Stanley Parable in 2013. What was this one? What was this little leaflet about? Oh, was this the same one? Yeah. The original remake. Because this was the 2013 release was a remake of the mod. That it really was the original remake. That's right. Good times. Yeah, oh yeah. Oh yes. Not to brag, but Disco Elysium has 3 BAFTAs. Okay. Okay. All right, man. Smile because it happened. Shoot down memory lane. Why does it matter how many BAFTAs? I want to say how many. Why does it matter how many BAFTAs a game has? But like, I'm in the mood for irony and sarcasm right now, so I can't be genuine. You'll have to wait for next stream for me to give my genuine thoughts. Okay? I'm currently trying to be sarcastic and annoying. You'll have to forgive me. Go outside to play for 5 years. I am 1 year off from this, unfortunately, right? Because I played it in 2021 when they announced Ultra Deluxe. I played Stanley Parable 2013 one. I replayed it, forgetting that I hadn't completed this achievement yet. So that was the last time I played it. Next year, I'll be able to get the 5-year achievement, and then that's when I'll revisit it again, I think. Unachievable. It is impossible to get this achievement. I don't know how to get this one. I think you can, but I don't know how to. Maybe you do need like an achievement manager thing. I don't know, actually. You know what? Yeah, that's actually... Someone asked earlier if there's any aspect of the game I don't know, and I said no. That's a lie. I actually don't know all the achievements. I don't know how to do an unachievable. I don't know how that works. I haven't looked into that yet. So there's something I don't know about the game, I guess. Yeah. Did you play the mod? No, I didn't. My first experience with this was the 2013 release. It was a nominee. Yeah, it was a nominee for story, debut game, and game innovation. It's got to count for something, right? Yeah, it's got to count for something. New video game releasing today, the New York Times. Colleges show uneven effort to enroll poor. That's so funny. Creator surprisingly down to earth is good too. Los Angeles Times. Stanley Parable deals tough choices. Oh. And then there's just a framed like painting or photo of him collapsing in the streets. Oh yes, the music. Je suis is it like it's French? Yeah. Memories on. I don't know any French. Loving memory of little Stanley. So I think this was someone, not even on the dev team. This was like a fan who emailed the Crows saying their little like Stanley, their pet like rodent passed away, and then they put it in the game. I don't know why it's in French. I don't know why they made like a whole song. I don't know why it cuts off like in between this room and that room is when it plays, and that's it. It cuts off.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com.
Destructoid.com.
James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Don't read any reviews except this one. How do you review a game like the Stanley Parable? To describe any one part of it is to risk its ruination. To detail what it has to say about game design, the illusion of choice, and the psychology of the gamer is to tell you too much. Comparisons, too, are going to be woefully inadequate. Perhaps its closest cousin would be Dear Esther, but where Dear Esther wastes the form of interactive entertainment, Stanley Parable uses it and then subverts it. Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created. Even so, holding the game to the standards of any other title is simply not going to be correct. So how do you review what has become known as the Stanley Parable HD, the full-scale reimagining of one of the most intriguing mods available online? How do you discuss it, analyze it, and recommend it? That's quite simple, you don't. Destructoid.com. It was Persona 3, and it was Skyrim, and now it's Honkai Star Rail. Or it would be, but then they ruined it. It's a lifeless husk now, and no longer what it once was, its former beauty and glory. Now it's a shameful cash grab, this remaster that isn't worth a damn, is it? I do think that the brief comparison with Dear Esther is funny because I've talked about Dear Esther before, and I really wanted to like it, but when I played it, I just felt like, this is just like worse Stanley Parable, isn't it? Is it also 5 hearts? It is, unfortunately, also 5 hearts. It's also Marvel Rivals. It's also Volcano Princess. It's true. That's also a video game. That's right. That's right. I like the portal chamber here. Oh, that's the museum. That's the office. That's the bank control facility. The doors. Yep. Oh, this is the room. This is the room you would be put into if you tried to no-clip by using console back in the old game release, because it was still on the source engine. The old game was being run. So if you tried to put no-clip there, you tried to cheat. You tried to do SV Cheats 1, you would be sent to this room where it's a punishment room for wanting to cheat in the video game. That's what happens. Memory zone maintenance. Okay. Yeah, it's also Minecraft. It's also Needy Streamer Overload. That's right. The tasteful, nostalgic. It was good. It was. Look, it's Minecraft. Look, right there. Minecraft's right there. It's Minecraft. It's Minecraft. Let's begin again. Yes, yes, yes. What is this? I think that's the museum ending as well. Or the launch pod ending, like the rocket ship ending, maybe. You are playing the Stanley Parable. It's true, you are. 2 doors again. There's a rug here. Person of the year. It's me. I'm Stanley. I love the figures here. The buttons on top as well. It's also beautiful. It's just such a wonderful narrative. It's such a wonderful house. Beautiful. There's that car. There's that car from the Stanley Parable. There's that Macintosh computer from the Stanley Parable. There's the There's all that merchandise. Yep, I remember that. Yep. Your number is 29. Top 10 memories from the Stanley Parable. Wait, I thought the door opens here. Is it not? I thought the door sort of like creaks open and you can see inside, because it's supposed to be the SV Cheats room, is it not? I actually don't remember.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10.
Yes,
Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content.
Why would it need new content?
It just needed to be left alone.
It did, and now
we've
ruined
it. To spend the
it.
rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
And now we've ruined it. What's the point? Why would you make another video game? Why would you do that? Why would you remaster it and claim there's new content? Why is there a need for new content? There's no need for it. We just ruined the game. That's the snake oil salesman routine. That's the bicycle from Raphael Parable. Oh, it's brilliant. It's also lovely. People play games because of what they can do inside them, and your game is very good at letting them know they can't do anything. Literally anything. There it is. The door opens and it's like, the serious room. Yep, it's what it's called. The serious room is where you put in when you want to SV sheets. And you can't get there as well. It's in like, it's being blocked unless you no-clip through it, which would put you through the serious room again, I guess.
These were simpler times, Stanley.
They were.
But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
Simpler times indeed.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before.
Memory zone maintenance.
What's this? What's down here?
The maintenance room. Boop, 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 beep, boop, beep. What is this called on the Switch or on any other console? It's called something else. It's not called Steam. It's like Vapor or something. I don't know. I forgot what they call it.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Glowing reviews. Oh, that's where we came from, yeah.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining.
Unfunny?
I'm not trying to be funny.
I'm trying to make a serious work of art.
I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Where's the Cookie 9 review? Oh, that's after this. I would know. I'm not a fake fan. I'm a real fan. I know. Oh, God. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, I love this game. Some other not recommended reviews. Was it this game or no? It was when Doug got to this point when he was playing with Davey, and he asked him like how much money he pays his employees or something, and then Davey goes like, he pays all of his employees in like copies of the Stanley Parable. That's their payment. There it is. No, it's a different one.
Let's see what this one
Nudist
says.
Shaft.
While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
I think all of these reviews are also like real reviews of the game in Steam. These are all Steam reviews, I think. At the risk of looking like a buffoon and not getting it, I'm gonna actually respond seriously to this review for a second. The game's not just about, oh, there's no choices. That's not what it's trying to communicate. It's trying to do something beyond that. It is trying to explore how the question of like, could a game ever truly offer you a choice at all? Even if it's all railroaded, even if it's all intended by the game developers in one way or another, is there a way to give you choice without it being an illusion of choice that, you know, ends up not being that. The game, while it explores the topic verbally, you know, through the narrator mumbling on and on about it and meditating on it and asking you, Stanley, for advice, or not for advice, but asking you to do things. The game in itself is also reflecting on the question and trying to push the boundaries to reward you, the player, for making decisions. And does it fail or succeed in giving you choices is one question, and does it fail and succeed in making you think about making choices is another question. And you can sort of synthesize those two into one by thinking that a choice in the game is not necessarily a way to interact with the game's mechanics through its like engine and what have you, the medium of like clicking buttons, but more the interaction you have in your subjective consciousness to choose to involve yourself in what the game tries to achieve. And in doing so, you are making the choice to engage with the game. And that choice is probably the only choice meaningfully you can make, and is the choice thusly the Stanley Parable tries to make you make. The Stanley Parable can only offer you one real choice, and that is whether or not and it's the choice for you to, as the player, to engage with the game thoughtfully in its reflections. And it uses humor, uses irony, uses sarcasm, uses wit, it uses, you know, references, like just all sorts of things to ultimately get you to think about that. And when you do think about that, it doesn't matter if you don't come to a perfectly profound answer. The fact that you've thought about it is you engaging with the game. And that is probably the only real way to make a choice in a video game. Is to make the choice not like in the game to click the button, but like in a meta sense to engage with it. Hopefully they fix the combat system in Stanley Parable 3. Yes, me too. I hope they do that. I hope they add the dupes. I hope they implement the dupe system properly to the gacha as well. I'm really not a fan of them not giving as many like Stanley gems for completing your dailies. I want them to, you know, be a bit more generous to their players. That's what I want. Oh.
What's this one got
There
to
we
say?
are, Cookie 9.
You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
A skip button. Well, alright, it's gone now. The outdoors is gone.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered.
So sad they
more
removed
listening to me rambling on and on and on. No.
Still sad they removed the Telltale style dialogue system during development. Honestly, I don't know why they did, and they removed your voice input as well. It was supposed to be the first video game. Originally, it was supposed to be the first video game where you were allowed to you could speak into your microphone, and the game would read what you were saying, and then like respond and react to what you were saying in your microphone. It was supposed to be revolutionary.
For the people, and if the people want silence, then by
I don't know why they
goodness, that's
decided
what
to
they're going
abandon that.
get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here. We'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so now you see, blah 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 blah. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen
Yes,
in
the
time for a
emotion
few
booths as
minutes,
well, I
but
miss
it was
those.
plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought?
Not exactly. When you make no choice, it's more so you're leaving open the possibility of such, and you're sort of burying that possibility as a subjective self.
Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite?
No, every choice you make makes you become more of you.
You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once.
No, here's why I
that you are
reject
both
this.
making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. See, now you've got me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look. I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I'm not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto.
I remember Fauna doing this.
Treatise, manifesto.
And thinking, yeah, it should go on forever.
Manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto.
Randomly popped in and realized I would probably just sit there listening to all the dialogue without skipping at all. So the point of this section, before I know I'm playing through it, so I don't want to like completely meta-analyze it just yet.
Treatise,
but
manifesto.
This is an interesting point to bring up, right? But basically, throughout the sequence of skip button sequence, you will the narrator will go on and on about stuff. But eventually he can't keep speaking forever. Right? So at some point the dialogue has to loop.
Manifesto.
I, of course, listened to every part of what he had to say for until he looped before I pushed the skip button, because I wanted to get like literally every single small piece of content I possibly could get in this game. I treasured it deeply, and so I would never actually skip what he said.
Manifesto.
Treatise. Manifesto. This might look familiar to you. The skip button is on the thumbnail of my debut edit. I made an edit of my debut stream. It's a lot more succinct. A year, like when I debuted a year ago as vtuber, and I put this skip button on the thumbnail. It's not any skip button. It's specifically the skip button from the Stanley Parable Deluxe. Yes, that's intentional.
Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Boom! Oh, I can't wait to see what Cooking 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place.
I should be alright now.
I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation.
Quick thing about that I wanted to sort of put an annotation on as well is how the dialogue in this portion of this, you know, part of this ending, right, is very lengthy, and it's supposed to sound like unrefined and he's just rambling on about stuff. But in a meta sense, when I sort of took a step back and thought about the dialogue compared to the rest of the game, it's polished in a way that it's in how it's unpolished. So it's supposed to sound unrefined and like just a bunch of pointless, senseless ramblings. But I think Davey Wreden did a really good job of, when he was writing this portion, he was very careful in writing this bit to make it not seem like a waste of time. Sorry, to make it seem like a waste of time, to make it seem like he was carelessly writing it. He spent a lot of effort to make it look like there was no effort spent in this portion of the script. Yeah, there we go. That's what I wanted to say.
Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game.
Manifesto.
Let me start over. How about
Manifesto.
This? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. I prefer treatise. I think I would go with treatise.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest
it's impressive people can spend effort to seem effortless. I don't know how they do it.
Skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just wait. How do we get out of here?
It's definitely something that has allowed me to grow.
Wasn't there a door that led into this room?
Oh, not anymore.
I do feel quite
a greater sense of appreciation for how people write stuff.
How else would we have gotten into the room in the first
like
place?
It seems like, oh, you just write, right? No, but there's like more
door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go?
The moment I stepped in, the door no longer led outside anyways.
Ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all.
It didn't work.
I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another.
That would make it a door, yes.
I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise.
I didn't either until I played House Flipper, and then I learned it.
Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
I don't think the minute and the hour hand move at all, but the second hand does move in the on the clock.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone.
Yeah, I know. I was aware. It was gone like 12 hours ago.
I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are.
Me when there's one comment on one VOD like 6 months ago
every tiny negative thing that anyone
on like a stream I did that has like 80 views in total about how I should pay more attention to the story, and
impulsive. I can't help myself.
That comment has lived in my head for the past like 6 or 7 months.
Fury to alter, to change, and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment.
Oh yeah, yeah.
What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me.
No, I don't want to do it.
And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety, that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, 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 I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God. And it's
then
all
they
because
just,
of
yeah,
those reviews.
the audio just lives
Those
there.
reviews that I... Oh, Stanley. You're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening.
Me when I go
needed
on,
there to be a
me when I
vessel
go
through
on
which my
YouTube and
words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps,
yes.
Yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I'm suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive.
I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored. And already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it. To think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
I do like silence. I can deal with silence. This makes me feel really bad for the narrator. This ending is my favorite ending in the whole game. In the whole game, the skip button ending is my favorite ending, and it is largely due to the monologues here, the ramblings that go on. This one is one of my favorites, but my favorite one comes, I think, 2 skips later. It's the one that comes right after the end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. There's like there's one that's silence, and then I think and then after that is the monologue that I like the most.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret.
To begin with, there is only regret, I think, is the looping point. So if you hear it again, I think is when
months.
It's the looping point.
I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment. And I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being.
Okay.
It was incredible.
It's a little
the
Buddhist.
The equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now. And I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
I thought he repeats. I thought he loops this. I don't think he loops this. Because I think at this point, you're not expected to listen to all of the monologue. You're expected to just skip through it, but I guess, you know, I'm probably maybe not the audience they had in mind. This is the empty one, or the silent one, not empty one. Oh, that's the carbon monoxide alarm, I think. Yep. Which is like really loud, so we're gonna get out of that.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world, as though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it is a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside of ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves, they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amused them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think. To feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amuse them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it is a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In fact, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves, they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amused them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely.
I'm back. Sorry, I went to get some water.
So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing.
Is he still going? That's crazy that he would keep saying that.
There should be a skip
because honestly, like,
what is,
like, this doesn't even make sense. I don't even know what he's saying.
While the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it.
I don't even care what he's saying. I'm just gonna skip it. I don't even care. Who even, like, he's just, bro's yapping too much. Bro's yapping. Me when bro is yapping. Me when bro yapping is me when bro is the yapster. Bro is the yappler. Bro is the yappler.
The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
Am I hip with the kids yet, please? Can I be relatable?
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Wait, is that how the... Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. I almost said something that would spoil some further part of the game. No. That is how the skip button ending ends. Yep. Like the implication that the narrator is mortal. The narrator... I don't think that's the implication per se. I felt as though my reading of it was more... like it was ambiguous that it was mortal, or... but it was... I feel like it was less that and more... like he didn't die. It felt like he was driven mad is what I thought. The sort of the dip into insanity is the way I saw it, the way I saw the narrator. I don't know if I thought of him dying. Like obviously we know roughly that, or like if you want to speculate on, you know, like who the narrator is and what his presence is in the story, is he like a godlike figure, is he like a voice in your head? But he sort of has some control over the things that happen, or it seems like, at least, right? He has some control over what happens in the story and some control over, or no control over some things, and we don't know where it ends and where it begins. We don't know the extent of his power. He evidently created the skip button, but if he had created it, then, you know, did he not know the consequences of the skip button? What's it like? So I prefer not to think of the narrator in like a sense of who, like, whether or not he's mortal or where he lives, or, you know, like where in the physical space does he occupy, and more just the what he's supposed to represent, right? He's not in the physical space, but in like the sort of like the narrative space where he is, and in the narrative space he is the narrator. That ending, the skip button ending, is my favorite thing. Is my favorite ending in the whole game. I feel very strongly about the monologues. I feel very strongly about, you know, the skip button. In an interview, Davey mentioned, or was it with his brother Doug, right, in that stream, right? I think he mentioned how all of the Steam reviews were real, and the moment he read the skip button, like the review that was like, I wish there was a skip button, the whole ending immediately popped in his head, like according to Davey, right? Like he read that review, he saw the word skip button, and this entire ending crystallized in his mind. I don't want to like be, and you know, do this a lot more than I had already done the past few hours, but that is kind of a just like me for real moment right there. That is a little bit of a wow based experience I had just now. Not just now, but you know, years ago when I played this. The skip button ending is my favorite thing. I think it captures succinctly how I feel about everything, and it's not just the contents of what he says and the monologues and all that. It's not just what he says, but it's literally the way it's framed, like the way that you as the player are experiencing this sort of him being driven to madness, and there's sort of nothing he can do. This confession that, you know, deep down, all that the only thing that really matters when you get down to it and realize you take all of it away, is this very primal desire to be heard, and then it kind of devolves into like a frustration and an anger at society and its current state, and managing all of this and reconciling with, you know, one's flawed human emotions of ego and of superiority to cope with a sense of insecurity, maybe, right? Like it's all very powerful in that. In other words, I heard that was the ending where I think we really hear Davey Reedon, the writer, the most. Like I think his voice was clearest in that whole sequence of events. This was his heart and soul is in this whole game, obviously, but there's a lot of like irony and humor and wit and banter that sort of, you know, is the haha funny joke bit of it. But that bit, while also being kind of funny, is also really like existential. And that's...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
And all of that is, I think, my favorite parts of the Stanley Parable. Like, that's what I want from the Stanley Parable. The humor I love, but it has to be kind of balanced by this thoughtfulness that I think is, at least, not, I don't want to say the thoughtfulness is present there, because the thoughtfulness is present in the whole game. But it articulates something deep within my soul, stirring within, that I could never have so succinctly articulated. And now that it has been articulated,
no matter
this
how
is just
hard Stanley
how
looked,
I feel.
he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Oh, have you noticed that the corridor is a little darker than usual as we path into here? New content. With a glowing neon sign as well. I wonder what that could be. The doors aren't even open. Can you just walk past it? I wonder what happens when you walk past it. Oh, you get to the doors, but in a different way. Okay. Hello, Salted Mutton. Hello. Bad timing me joining now because I'm very close to ending stream, and suffice it to say, I'm not really reacting to the game too much because I'd already played this and I've already reacted to it once, and it would be disingenuous of me to fake a reaction for, like, your amusement. Unfortunately, I've already played this. I know exactly what goes on. I've thought about this game for many years, and I was just sort of using the stream as an opportunity to talk about it for the first time. In detail, at least. Just as a voice, seeing the narrator as a game dev and Stanley as just a regular player character. Judging by how self-aware the whole game is, it'll be funny if both of them are just exactly who they are. The way I read this game is the narrator is a conduit through which the writer / game dev, David Reed, speaks through. But the narrator is not the game dev. The game dev speaks through the narrator, but they're not the same. Because I don't know how to explain it, but I think the main reason being sort of the narrator is trapped is within this creation. It's sort of like, because the game's developer has to exist outside of the game. You cannot exist in the game and be a developer of the game. That's just not how it, what it means to does that make sense? Like, you can't be a game dev in the game, a game dev in a game for the game. I don't know. If you are a god, you exist outside of the world you create, out of necessity, right? Not physically per se, but you just sort of, you're transcending the world in which you created. As a game dev or as a writer or anyone, you exist outside of the writing you create. And the narrator is, in my opinion, very firmly, I would say very strongly and firmly, a character in the story. The narrator is a character. However, the narrator is a vessel through which the dev writer speaks through, and expressing his ideas directly to the player in this sort of second-person dialoguing experience that is very one-sided, because you are only listening and not speaking. Your input then, in this case, is as the player making those choices at the door, making the choices in the other hallways, and choosing to whether or not to follow or defy the narrator's instructions and seeing what happens there. Stanley is not just, I would say there's a little bit more nuance than Stanley is just a player character, because the player character exists, but again, maybe in a different way. The player character exists as a conduit, Stanley exists as a conduit or a vessel through which the player character expresses themselves. Stanley is a man, is employee number 427 at this office. You are not employee number 427 at this office. These are contradicting identities, and both of you as the player and the game dev, Davey Reedon, right? And William Pugh, the whole team. But when I speak about Davey, he's the writer. He's the main writer for the game, right? You and I, or you and the creator, me and the creator, maybe, right? Is a better way to put this dynamic. Come together through this video game that is the Stanley Parable, and we engage with each other through almost like an analog, through an analogy, through a parable. And we're sort of wrestling for control. We're wrestling for how to engage with this thing that's been put in front of us. It's his game. It's the narrator's game, but it's a video game, and the nature of a video game is one that involves the player's involvement and engagement. To what degree is one of the many subjects that are thought about, or one of the many running themes in this game. But the point is that we have some degree of control or agency, or do we? Because our agency is called into question because we're playing this video game outlined for us, written by someone who is not us. Spoil the games, walking and hearing the skip ending traps you makes you stop hearing. The skip, yes, sort of. So my reading, I've got a lot to say about the skip ending. Really, I didn't even talk about that. I was just talking about the game as a whole, the Stanley Parable. The skip ending is more the creator of the game meeting you, the player, where you are. Not you, the player, specifically, but the worst player. The player who doesn't understand at all what the game is trying to do and has, honestly, right, zero respect for it. And it's hard sometimes even when you see, for me, right, as a very small and humble VTuber streamer, whatever you want to call it, it doesn't, who the fuck cares? It doesn't matter who I am, but hear me out, right? Even if you know that a negative comment is bullshit, even if you know that they don't know anything and it doesn't matter and they're dumb and their negative comment shouldn't influence you, you can block out the stuff that's spam. You can block out the stuff that's just terrible things that do not pass most censorships, or they're trying to say terrible things and have them skirt around through the censorship of YouTube. Sometimes there's comments that are not, egregiously offensive per se, but so sorely offensive in a different way. They're so stupid, so benign, so disrespectful, not out of malice, but out of ignorance, that you feel responsible in a way that you're I need to help this person realize how dumb they're being as a public service for the world, and you can't do that. And it's so and you're bending over backwards for the people that leave the negative reviews. It's not something you should be doing. But as anyone who wants to make anything that is gonna and takes seriously the idea that it should be judged by the world, and I like to think that I'm like that. I will make something and I want to put it out, and I will take very seriously the idea that it should be judged by the world. It's hard not to let the judgment that is not purely positive get to you in a way. So the skip ending is more sort of the David Reedon coming to the other side of the table, if you will. I think most of this game has been very much a fight, a struggle for how far we're leaning between, you know, the creator and the player, the narrator and Stanley. Like it's sort of we're sort of, it's a tug of war between them. And the new content, the skip button ending in the new content is sort of Davey going like, it's ridiculous that we're even fighting, because clearly it should always be at my side. Here, let me demonstrate to you how ridiculous it is if I were to put it on your side. But in doing so, he's given up. He's gone, all right, fuck this. I'm not playing this. Like we're not doing this anymore. I'm not going to struggle with you anymore. It's pointless. I don't enjoy it. And so I'm going to like leave. I'm going to leave you to it. And then that comes immediately then with a regret, with like oh, I didn't realize that this is what it's like to be lonely, to be unheard. If I've scared off my audience in trying to assert my view too much. I've scared my audience off. But isn't the point? But I can't just bend over backwards. It's the struggle, right? But I can't bend over backwards for people. I have to, you know, like if I believe my art truly means something, then I should stand by it and I should talk about it and I should fight for it. I shouldn't go like, you know what, you're right, actually it's stupid. We should just skip it because it doesn't really matter. Like bro is yapping. Who cares what bro is yapping about? Like it's it's the misery and the pain that comes with the empathy, but also like the displeasure and the dealings in dealing with people like this, and wrestling with the loneliness that comes with rejecting the people who don't get your art at first glance, right? It's so much of that. Need to sleep now? Thank you, Philadelphia Cheeseman. You're very welcome. The jumping into a hole part is my favorite as well. I thought it was pretty good. I thought the hole was pretty funny. It was probably the funniest bit. The hole was probably the funniest bit of the new content for me. Might be interesting to analyze the narrator or with the one in Slay the Princess. Yeah. So you could draw very strong comparisons. I don't really want to because I think Slay the Princess's Slay the Princess works with what... I don't want to say one walked for the other to run, because it's not the case. I don't think one does one thing strictly better than the other, but a lot of what Stanley Parable does, or rather, I think like Slay the Princess is informed by the Stanley Parable and has the insight generated from this game's existence. And because of that, I think it's not very productive to compare the two personally, if we were to make that strictly a comparison between, like, you know, perhaps how I feel about one versus another. If we were to compare how they achieve their respective goals, because they have different goals and intentions, like these two games, then it might be interesting. But I don't know what that could come about, that an analysis like that, beyond me saying Stanley Parable good, Slay the Princess good, both narrators are British, and both try to take control of a story that you, the player, vehemently refuse to. And like, it would be a very boring comparison, what I would come up with, what I'm able to come up with right now. I'll get back to you on that. Maybe in like a few years I'd be able to come up with something more interesting, but for now that's like how I would feel about this. Is there any game that evokes the same feelings as Stanley Parable for you, or is it truly unique? Well, there are games that have evoked something similar. Slay the Princess is one of them. It evokes something similar in me. Another, which is sort of similar, but not the same. It deals with a different thing, but it kind of gave me a sense of, like, I got a Stanley Parable flashback when I was playing that game. Was Superliminal, which we're playing tomorrow. It evoked something that's kind of like Stanley Parable for me, but nothing comes quite close, or like in the same way. Nothing has ever hit me the same way the Stanley Parable has. There's only one game that's been able to do to me what the Stanley Parable did to me. And that game is the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. I know that sounds like a bullshit answer, but please, please understand that I say this unironically. It was impossible. I've never felt the Stanley Parable itch in me being scratched for like almost a decade. And then they announced Ultra Deluxe and did it, and it blew past what I had expected from this as, you know, a remaster that it made me feel it again. That's what it did, and it was the only game that was ever able to do that ever since the Stanley Parable was the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. There are other games that have impressed me in other ways, for sure. I'm playing Elden Ring Night Rain right now, and, you know, maybe not Night Rain, but like Elden Ring is one of, you know, also one of my favorite games I've ever played because of how, and it's so good, and it's like, you know, it's game of the year and it's everything, and I love it. Baldur's Gate 3 is a fantastic, wonderful fucking game that I love and play as well, but they don't do the same thing as the Stanley Parable. They didn't, and they didn't need to. Like, why? I'm not looking for the same experience again. If I were looking for more Stanley Parable, I would just play the Stanley Parable again. Oh, but it needs to be a little different. Well, then I don't know. Like, I could have played the Beginner's Guide, which I haven't played yet. I could continue playing Wanderstop, which I haven't continued playing yet, but I'd started that. You know, like, if I just wanted more of Davey Reedon, I could play a Davey Reedon game. If I wanted more Stanley Parable, I could play Stanley Parable. I could play Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. I could play Stanley Parable too. But you know, like, you don't play games looking for the same thing, right? That's the idea. Haven't seen anything Superliminal related yet. I've heard people recommend it sometimes. It's really good as well. Yeah, Superliminal is really good as well. I'll play it tomorrow, and then, you know, I'll show a little bit of it. I love the neon sign buzzing. New content. I wonder what's in this door. I wonder what this new content is. Shall we go in?
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
I wonder what it could be. We'll never know. Difference between say the princess's narrator is that they function more of an inner dialogue, while the narrator functions more like an auxiliary character like GLaDOS. Couldn't have said it better myself, I think. Yeah, that's the one of the... Yeah, exactly. GLaDOS and the Stanley Parable narrator are very... There are some striking similarities. You can tell Portal 2 was the inspiration, right? You can tell. You can tell, right? Or Portal, maybe not Portal 2. Sorry, I keep saying 2 because it's like the... You know, you say Portal, you just want to say 2, but... No, I mean, like, Portal was the... Like, you can tell Portal was the inspiration for it. Was one of the inspirations for it, at least. Is there an interview with the dev that we should watch? Oh yeah, there is one. Let me find it. This one.
Davey.
Tess.
We're live. Normally they yell Doug as some sort
Yell
of...
Davey. Yell Davey. Don't say Doug. If you say Doug, you're banned. We've also got...
Where did they... Yeah.
Hi!
Hello, welcome everybody. Today we have a special guest lecturer, Davey Reedon. He made the Stanley Parable, and a new Stanley Parable just came out. So I figure that who better to learn game design from than this guy, who's all I could get. The way this is going to work is I'm just going to be playing the Stanley Parable blind. I haven't played it before. This is the new one, by the way. I'm gonna be playing through just totally, no spoilers or anything, and just experiencing the game. And you guys will be able to ask Davey questions and get his thoughts on what making this game was like, and game design in general. And specifically for you to graduate this class, there are 30 secret words that Davey doesn't know and that you don't know. But my voice program is gonna be listening. So it's like, here, like.
You just said Ike, dumbass.
That's not one of the words. There's 30 words. You have to find 25 of them. They're all related to either gaming or business. And you have to discover and tease out the most important words from game design business, from one of the best, and then you graduate.
One of the best?
Top 18. So I'll just be playing through, and then you guys can ask questions, and Davey will respond. And you have to try to get him to say the words that you think.
That's what you're supposed to. This is the required reading, okay? This is the required reading. You're asking me, oh, is there like a dev interview where they talk about the game? Yeah, this is it. This is the one. This is what you should watch. It's the 3-hour, 30-minute VOD. Or it's a 4-hour VOD. They cut it to like a 3-hour, 30-minute video where Doug plays it with Davey. They're brothers. So Davey Reedon is the writer of the Stanley Parable. He's the creator of the game, right? Essentially the writer for the game. And the creator of the original mod. Doug is a streamer, is a Twitch streamer, and they're brothers. And this stream is like one of the funniest things I've ever watched on YouTube. Will there ever be a philosophy of Stanley Parable video on the Charis Euphranor channel making the philosophy degree worth it? Maybe, but it'll take a lot of time because I don't want it to be just generic garbage. Okay, I don't want to say garbage, but I don't want it to be generic. Like, you look up Stanley Parable video essay, there's like, maybe not thousands, there's like at least hundreds of video essays that are like, the Stanley Parable is super deep and it's philosophical. It asks questions about choice, and then that's like the whole analysis. There's like very little analysis done in it. And I don't want to, frankly, right? I don't want to contribute to that, like, I'm not saying every video essay is bad. That's not what I'm saying. But there are so many mediocre video essays that's like, why would I add another to the pile? I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth the time because people don't know yet that I'm legit. People don't know yet that I am the greatest philosophical mind to ever exist, and therefore, if I were to make one, it'd be so much better than everything else. They don't know that. And it's gonna sink into obscurity, and all of my hard work and effort is gonna go to waste. So fuck that. I don't care. I'm just gonna stream the game, talk about it, which is what I did, right? I was just gonna stream the game, talk about it with you all, because I know at least you all are kind of listening, even if you don't care. Charlie, bad question. Hold on, let me just get my BGM back. Probably a bad question. Why do you love the Stanley Parable but despise Bennett Foddy games? The game design philosophies are virtually the same. I mean, I think you are kind of aware it's probably a bad question, and the reason you probably preface the question with that is because you are, from as far as you understand it, Stanley Parable and Bennett Foddy walk a very similar line in game design philosophy. But you're not quite confident in the answer or in that interpretation because I feel very strongly about one or the other, and you've come to sort of respect me as like a figure of someone whose like opinion probably means something at the very least, right? Like I'm someone who thinks things through before they say it. And so the fact that we're at a disagreement, you're kind of uncertain where that disagreement stems, and this is probably why you think it's a bad question. Truthfully, I don't think it's a bad question per se, but more so maybe how you could reword the question is, what makes the Stanley Parable so enjoyable for you that Bennett Foddy games don't, like the Foddian games don't? And the simple answer to that from me, right, is that the Foddian games, the gameplay is, I don't enjoy the gameplay of the Foddian games. I don't like it. It's not very fun, and doesn't feel good. Like, the gameplay just doesn't feel good. It's frustrating, and it just, like, I don't know how to move my fucking arm in a way that's like, oh, I'm moving it, doing the trick and whatever. And that's why I don't like it. The Stanley Parable has, this gameplay of the Stanley Parable is walking. You are clicking W and you're walking. So there's a very big difference in gameplay. For me. You can argue, and I think there are very strong arguments to make, to say that Foddian games are the only games that actually do feature any gameplay at all, because, like, the Stanley Parable being a walking simulator is like, what the fuck is the gameplay there? You're just walking, right? Sure, you can say that. That's totally fine. But that does not invalidate or, like, exclude my experience with playing Foddian games and being frustrated because when I want to move my, like, fucking shovel a specific way, it doesn't work, and the physics are weird, and I'm not getting it. Some other point of comparison that might be helpful in this is the game of Sisyphus. The Sisyphus game we played, I enjoyed that and not the Foddian games. The Foddian games I didn't enjoy because it wasn't about, oh, if you just lose your progress, you could just retry it, right? That's not what I was frustrated with. I was frustrated with the controls. I was frustrated with not feeling like I had a grasp in what I was doing, no matter how hard I tried. And I just didn't really like that. For Game of Sisyphus, I'm just pushing the rock. And after about, like, 5 minutes, I got the rock. Like, I got it. The only other point in the Game of Sisyphus that I needed to learn something new, or I needed to, like, adapt my gameplay a bit, was during the ice section. And it was, I think, maybe thanks to your comment, actually, or someone else's comment. I think it was your comment, though, where you said slow down and, like, untoggle the run button to get through the ice section. And that really helped me, right? But, like, other than that, right, like, every other part of that game's gameplay was intuitive to me, and I understood it, and I found it satisfying. The Foddian games, I don't like the gameplay. That's the reason. I don't dislike dying and resetting, because I did that shit in Game of Sisyphus as well. I didn't mind that. I didn't mind when the rock was rolling down the hill. I was like, all right, it's rolling down. I'm going to go back. Whatever. That's okay. That's not what I was upset with. What I was frustrated with was the gameplay didn't, like, I felt like there was so much friction. Not like literally, but, you know, figuratively, friction between what I wanted to do in the game and what the game was allowing me to execute. Like, it didn't feel like I was able to do what I wanted to do. That's the main difference to me between them. So if you want to say, like, the game design philosophies are similar and they overlap, for example, with and how both games require you to think about the nature of games and sort of what you're doing and reflect upon loss, or maybe not loss, like, one makes you reflect on loss and loss of progress and etc., and frustrations with the game. The other makes you think of choices in games and how you're able to make choices at all as a player and any sort of player agency. At the end of the day, both games want to make you think, and there's a pretentious narrator saying stuff as you play the game. Yeah, you can draw those similarities, sure. But again, the reason I wouldn't say the same thing, and honestly, frankly, I don't even think they're similar, is because they're setting out to do very different things in different ways. Despite what it may seem on the surface, if you have a sort of, and I'm not saying you, again, I'm just saying, like, if one were to think of it quite shallowly, if one were to think of it without any depth, then yeah, you could just say they're the same. Sure, you can do that. I wouldn't be mad at you. I'd just be disappointed. I'd just go, oh, if that's really what you think, and you're not just saying that, right? Like you actually truly think that, then I hope maybe you have a chance to replay them and think about it again. That's all. Is Doug bad with the AI stuff and podcast stuff and all? Doug is not bad. He is not canceled, from what I understand. If you want to think about it that, if you want your online virtual opinion on an influencer slash content creator, but you can't really be fucked to do the research, and you just want my thoughts on it, I think he's like fine. I still. Because the controversy with AI isn't the use of AI per se, it's more like the blatant disregard for many things such as artistic integrity and morality for the pursuit of efficiency in our increasingly capitalist world. That's the problem with AI, right? And I think Doug doesn't use AI in that way. So, no. Benefati feels self-pompous with the narration in his games, at least to me. Well, the narrator in Stanley Parable feels pompous too, but in a way that's like less compelling to me. Because the pompousness is a character that is that you can think about and is fun to interact with, because he's not the one in power and he doesn't like. The narrator is like an interesting dynamic character. I don't know if dynamic's the right word, but you know, I hope you get what I'm saying. Whereas the Benefati narrator is just. He just says shit and that's it. Like he's very boring. Like he's no delivery. He's not witty. He's not dramatic. He's got nothing going for him in terms of pretty much everything. Like his quotes are mediocre. Like his dialogue is ass. His delivery is subpar, and I think his voice is fucking annoying. Okay, like that. If you want my opinion, if you want my inflammatory opinion, that's what it is. Completely unrelated, why do you dislike Hegel? Also wondering that why the Hegel hates? Mainly because Hegel's philosophy of system building, of sort of seeing the world through a system of things, and if you know, I think they're transcendental arguments. I hope I'm not, you know, because these are very specific terminologies. If I'm applying them wrong, then shame on me for being a fucking dumbass who definitely didn't earn his philosophy degrees, right? But I don't like his arguments for system building as a way to conceptualize the world, because I feel like you're not really engaging your soul in it. Like I feel as though a Hegelian understanding of the world may be rational and clear and explain and have a lot of very strong explanatory power, but like also, what the fuck are you doing, man? Like if you're like spending all this time thinking about the world and systems, and it's like you turn around, it's like, all right, how is this impacting the way you live your life, right? How can Hegel's systems, how can Hegelian systems improve your way of living? How can it? I'm not saying, oh, all philosophy has to be practical. I'm not falling into that bullshit argument. That's not what I'm doing. No. I'm not saying practical philosophy over all else. What I am saying is, you're not living your philosophy if you're Hegelian. Or if you are, you're finding very, very, very roundabout ways to justify it. And if you have to justify it, then it's not evident, is it? It's not very like obvious. If you have to tell, it's like if you have to tell someone you're smart, then are you really like? Or if you have to, you see what I'm saying, right? I'm not saying they're not smart. Hegelians aren't smart. I'm just saying Hegelians aren't living life the way one should, which is with passion and the movement of the soul, which is a very Kierkegaardian take. My criticism of systems is very subpar and mediocre, by the way, because it's just regurgitated Kierkegaardian opinions. That's all. I don't like hate him per se. Like, I don't actually hate him. I think his philosophy is powerful and sensible and reasonable and rational. I just think the whole concept of system building, it's not just him either. It's just the whole system building approach to philosophy, I think, is very inhuman. And I think it's so important that it's human. But, you know, as a Hegelian, you can just say, no, nuh-uh, you're fucking wrong, idiot. And like, you know what? Yeah, I am an idiot, maybe. It's okay. You can call me that if you want. If it makes you feel superior and better, you can say that my philosophy that disavows system building is cope because I'm skill issued from being able to truly comprehend and work with system building philosophy. You can say that, sure. But like, what are you doing, man? Like, what are you doing? What are you doing when you do that? Is it because you want to feed your own ego? Because you feel insecure and you feel anxiety of the world? Like, is it because the world is making you anxious and you're coping and responding in that way? Because you want to make sense of it? Because you think deep down in your heart, you're just thinking, as long as I can make sense of it, it's in my power and I have a grasp of it and that makes me feel safe and okay. Why are you doing that? Instead of just staring into your soul, staring into yourself, and then staring out into the world and embracing your anxiety. Why are you not doing that? Why are you trying to just run away from your anxiety by building all these systems? Like, what are you doing? Is there another philosopher you dislike more than Hegel? I don't dislike dislike Hegel. It's just like I don't agree with him. That's all. Like, but is there any philosopher I dislike? Not in particular. Like, I wouldn't be disliking them generally. If I had to dislike anyone, it would be like their followers, maybe, like, or maybe people who practice their philosophy, who claim to practice their philosophies. There are morally reprehensible philosophers. There are morally pretty sound philosophers. There are boring philosophers. There are exciting philosophers. There are philosophers with riz and philosophers with no riz. There are misogynist philosophers, a lot of those. There are feminist philosophers. And generally, as pretty much, so long as they fall into like if you go on Wikipedia and they're listed as a philosopher, I probably have some sort of respect for them, at the very least. Like, there's probably a minimum amount of like, they're cooking something. And even if they're wrong, they're at least usefully wrong. So I wouldn't like go out of my way to like lambast them. Sorry, responding to the point earlier on Faudian games versus like walking simulators, aka, or like rather Bennett Foddy versus like Stanley Parable, right? Your comparison was more so that there are deconstructions of game conventions, one for narratives and one for gameplay. Is that they both came out responses to tropes of that time period. It might just be my inexperience with it, but I don't really see what makes getting over it a deconstruction of gameplay in video games. Like, what is it deconstructing? This is my ignorance now, right? I don't get what it's deconstructing. What the fuck is it deconstructing? Is it not just gameplay? Where is the deconstruction? Is it the fact that you die or like you reset by going back to the beginning? There are games that do that. Or maybe it was the first game. If it was the first game to do that, then I guess that's like, you know, but didn't, no, actually it probably wasn't, because you know what also did that? Super Mario Brothers, like for the Nintendo Entertainment System. I'm sorry, I failed to see the deconstruction. Would you still love me if I became a Hegelist? What is the implication in the question? Please examine it once again and figure out why it was not a good question. You don't like that he's not passionate? That's helpful. It's not that the person is not passionate. It's that Hegelian philosophy does not lend itself to passion. Or rather, it in my opinion, it is incompatible with, or rather doesn't encourage passion, which I think is very important. Maybe that's a better way to put it. So true, Marxist materialist system is much better. I'm not a Marxist. I think it's philosophy is interesting, but I'm not like a Marxist yet. I'm not ready to say I'm a Marxist yet. I don't know. I thought he was cooking for some stuff. Are there any philosophies you dislike more than Hegelian philosophy? Yeah, a lot. Like most of them, pretty much. I hate all of it actually. Fuck philosophy in general. Fuck philosophy, man. Who did this shit? Who decided this shit? Fuck that. Hate it. Anyone that isn't an existentialist, I dislike. No. It's not true. I'm open-minded to it. It's just like, it's not that I dislike it, but it's like I'm not immediately drawn to think about it, I guess. Who's a philosopher with Riz? Probably Albert Camus, right? That's like the easiest answer is Albert Camus. Camus. Albert Camus. Yeah. Are you gonna name your own branch of philosophy? I don't have my own branch of philosophy. It's not like a, I'm not a department store, man. But also like, I'm not making anything here. I'm just, well, God forbid I say this. I'm just parroting points that someone else said with more clarity and articulation, and I'm sort of just adapting it for a modern audience is what I'm doing. I'm not really a philosopher. Anti-philosophy philosopher. A lot of, there's like a good amount of philosophers in history that were like anti-philosophy philosophers. One of the other philosophers I disagree with heavily, but have immense respect for, because I think he's incredibly intelligent as well as because Hegel I think is also very like he was cooking, but he's just not cooking something I agree with, right? Another one would be Ludwig Wittgenstein. Wittgensteinian philosophy, or rather Tractatus and then post-Tractatus Wittgenstein, were both very interesting individuals with very interesting philosophies. Tractatus Wittgenstein is kind of based in that like he didn't read any philosophy, and one day he was just like, I'm gonna write some philosophy, and then he just wrote like the Tractatus while he was in the trenches fighting a war or something while he did that shit as well. He didn't have to, but like because he was like a rich kid, but then he thought like he needed to be there, or else like he felt morally compelled to be in the front lines, I think. So he just went and did that, and he wrote the Tractatus while he did that. And then the Tractatus is hailed as one of the most important philosophical texts in history, in like Western history. And I totally disagree with it. I think it's wrong. And the funniest thing is late Wittgenstein thinks early Wittgenstein is wrong. Like later in his life, he was like, I actually wasn't cooking. But nowadays, in contemporary argumentation, or like not even nowadays, but since he died, right? Like people have been arguing pre and post Tractatus, or they've been arguing for Tractatus Wittgenstein and PI Wittgenstein, and like there are different camps opposing each other, advocating different worldviews generated by the same fucking person, which is pretty funny. But yeah, my respect was like he made a significant contribution to philosophy without having read any, and that's kind of based. It was a kind of response to games with weird control and hard difficulty, aka Souls-likes. I think Stanley Parable was to games starting to adopt shallow mechanics of dialogue choices in the late 2000s. I understand the Stanley Parable bit, but like if the Faudian games were a response to weird control and hard difficulty, aka Souls-likes, then it's a fucking... I'm sorry to say this, you might like the game, and I'm not trying to offend you, but I'm also not gonna lie to you and sugarcoat my opinion, because I think you are a mature adult and you can handle my relatively inflammatory opinion. If getting over it is a response to Dark Souls, it's a very poor response. Like it's a shit response, man. I haven't played the Souls. I haven't played the Souls series, but I have played Elden Ring. So I've watched some gameplay of the Souls games, and I have plans to play the Souls games eventually on stream. Eventually, I'll play them, right? But like, you're comparing like this incredibly polished like series of masterpieces to this. I don't want to say it's not a garbage game, but it's like it's a very mediocre game. Like, like if that's a response, like, stop cooking. Stop cooking. It's a funny game, sure. You could like it, but like I don't think it's a good game just because you can like it. You can like bad games as well, by the way. There's nothing wrong with liking bad games. I used to like Genshin Impact, okay? I don't, not so much anymore, but like I used to like Genshin Impact, and that's a shit game. One of those rage bait games, yeah, and even for a rage bait game, it's not very good. There are other rage bait games I played that are like better. Who's on your philosopher hear me out cake? We've talked about this before, I think, right? I think I said Schopenhauer and then I quickly regretted it, and now I don't know. I'm not sure. But I'm not gonna, like, you know. I don't know. Camus hot, he would go on a hear me out cake? No, he wouldn't. He's hot in like a standard, conventionally attractive adult man way. So he doesn't go on the hear me out cake. He's just hot. Like, it's like saying I'm gonna put Margot Robbie on my hear me out cake. That's not a hear me out cake. Like, that's just an attractive person. No. Fucking no. Should play Skyrim? I've thought about it. I don't know. I already played the Stanley Parable though, which is every video game, including Skyrim. So why do I even need to play Skyrim, right? Thinking of Souls and thinking of Sekiro, and with philosophy in mind, you planning to do some Eastern philosophy reading someday? Yes, but only after I brush up on it, because I don't want to do a disservice by like doing a shit representation, like doing a shit presentation of it, because it's actually pretty interesting. There's a lot to think about, and I need to really like polish up in the shit I'm doing in order to do it justice. I feel more comfortable fucking up Western philosophy stuff because, like, who cares about Western philosophy? But Eastern philosophy is kind of interesting, so. Fine, I'm putting Plato on it then. There we go. Now that's a hear me out cake. Because Plato was... No, actually, Plato is like... Yeah, Plato, I guess you could put there. So, I was thinking of Socrates recently. I was like, that's it. You know what? I would put Socrates on the hear me out cake. Socrates is ugly as fuck. He's pudgy, he's short, and he's got like very traditionally unattractive features. But he's also got, like, in my opinion, so much riz that, you know what, maybe he does go on the hear me out cake. Have you given your opinion on Deluxe and Guattari? No, I haven't, because I don't know them enough. Unfortunately. I'm not proud of it. I'm not proud of my lack of knowledge on many different philosophical thinkers, but you know, it is what it is. I do want to, I'm thinking about doing this in my own time, not on stream, but like brushing up on all the philosophers, at least very briefly, so I can hold a surface level conversation and pretend like I know what I'm talking about. So that way when people ask, I can give like an opinion that isn't actually really well thought out or nuanced. It's just like, but I can pretend like I'm smarter than I actually am. I've thought about that. I'm gonna do that one day. Instead of being honest, like, why be honest and just admit to not knowing when you can just lie? Like, lying's great. Gonna train 3 years before reading the Analects. Okay, you don't have to train that much for that. It's not that Analects are not that difficult. Come on. It can't be that difficult. Anyways, that's the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, or rather most of it was at least the Stanley Parable. I showed you some of my favorite endings, my first ones, how I felt about some parts of the game, not all of it of course. More importantly, I showed you the new content, the skip button ending, and why it's my favorite part of Ultra Deluxe. There's a lot more to Ultra Deluxe than this, absolutely there is, but I'm not gonna do that for this stream. I don't think there's a reason to. Maybe in the future I might go into more depth and detail, but you know, for now I'm pretty happy just not getting into it further. As you may be able to tell, my eyes are closing a lot more than usual at this hour of the day, so I'm getting real tired is what I'm trying to say. Do you have any Elden Ring tips from just starting out near where all the wolves start dropping out of nowhere? I finally got good at killing the big giants with a sword on its back. Oh, cool. My tip is to... I mean, I can give you a few tips, right? But the one is, most importantly, is like, play a weapon that's fun for you. Like, that's funny for you. Like, you can... And part of the fun factor is how strong a weapon is. So, you know, I wouldn't say don't play... Oh, if you play meta builds, you're trash. Like, if you play Rivers of Blood or whatever, then you're a trash player. No. Like, if you want to play a powerful weapon because that's part of the fun, play a powerful weapon for the fun. But also don't feel like you need to use a powerful weapon or else you can't beat a boss. Because at the end of the day, in order to beat something, it's not about how good your stats are. It's not about how good your weapon is, what your level of refinement or like of strengthening of your armament is. What matters most is you've learned the dodge patterns for the boss. Because if you go out of your way to do all the quests to get 2 extra flasks, that's the equivalent of being able to make up for 2 mistakes. But there is no difference between making 100 mistakes and 50 mistakes, because you're still dead, right? The idea is you need to go from 100 mistakes to 50 mistakes to 20 to 10 to like 5 every time you attempt the boss, and you just keep shrinking it down. And like that comes with just learning the timing, being able to mash dodge when you can, or parry and counter depending on your playstyle. I personally don't really like to parry, counter, or like block. I just like to dodge, and that's my thing. So I learned the dodge patterns for everything, and I personally knew what weapon I wanted to use. I started the game with like trying to look for the double sides. I beeline straight for where you could get the sides earliest as possible, and then I stopped looking up guides. Oh yeah, also don't be afraid to look up guides if you're worried that it wouldn't contribute to like a quote-unquote legitimate playthrough. I looked up guides for like items that I wanted so I could pick them up, and then after that I stopped looking at the guides because I wanted to just explore. All in on the sword, like swinging it around, then yeah, just do that then. But you're at like a very early part of the game. You got a lot of fucking game ahead of you. Like, you have so much game ahead of you. It's really fun. I have no regrets. I'm playing Night Rain right now with some friends, and it's so fun in a refreshing way compared to Elden Ring, but also it does stretch the Elden Ring itch for me. It's super cool. So, you know, if you are eventually done with Elden Ring, which you won't be, it took me 100 hours to beat Elden Ring. You have the DLC to go through, which is going to take you another like what, 30 hours or like 40 maybe, and then there's and then you have Night Rain. You have a fuck ton of like Elden Ring content is what I'm trying to say, I guess. No idea what I'm doing though. Get lost so often. Getting lost is totally normal though. Getting lost is part of like playing the game. The core of the game is just dodging. If you can dodge, you've played. The entire gameplay revolves around you clicking the dodge button. If you click the dodge button when an enemy hits you, congratulations, you are playing the game. That is literally how you play the game. And even that is not necessarily the case, because some people have like block builds or dodge builds, or like block builds or counter builds where they don't dodge, but they have a huge shield and like a bunch of armor. They just block shit instead of like having to worry about dodging. Some people, you know, position and sidestep around stuff by abusing Bloodhound Step. You could do that as well. Some people spam stuff from a distance as a mage, or as like a cleric, which is what I did. I played a cleric, I think, and spammed like lightning spear for most of my run. Many ways to engage with the game, but yeah. Oh, excuse me, I'm yawning on stream now. Okay, that's not good. I gotta go now. Streaming with our team yesterday definitely fucked up my sleep schedule a bit, so I'm gonna try not to have that be a permanent effect on my soul. I'm gonna go now. Thank you everyone for joining me and watching me play the Stanley Parable. Ultra Deluxe, most of it being the Stanley Parable. This is my favorite video game of all time. It is my favorite thing of all time, so I'm just glad to have been able to talk about it. I have so much more to say. Like, I haven't even gotten to the surface of what I could talk about in this game. But I'm not going to, because that's boring. And also, it doesn't make for good content. And also, I'm super tired. And also, like, who cares what I think? So, yeah. Thank you for joining me. I will leave now. Goodbye, goodbye. I care. Yeah, I know you care. That's why you're here. But you have a biased opinion because you're here right now. I'm just saying, like, in general, right? Like, I'm pointing nebulously to the clouds. We demand our entertainment to be so gripping in our lives and to not allow ourselves to look inwards at all whatsoever. It's the state of this world. It's pitiful. Shield and armor sound fun, but spells sound fun too. I want to try that. Yeah, you get to respec a limited amount of times in the game, which is probably the worst part of Elden Ring. Is there's so much build variety, but you don't get to do the build variety. It's so annoying. But don't be afraid to respec 3. Like, you can respec up to 11 times in the game, and you need a special material item to get it. So 11 times is probably enough to just scratch your itch on everything, but you can always New Game Plus and etc, etc. Me personally, I just stuck with one build because I knew what I wanted to play a Faith build. Stream about Stanley Parable would be fun for April 1st? No, then it would just be an April Fool's joke. It's not an April Fool's joke. It's the most important thing in my life. It's not a joke. Whatever. I'm going. Get out of here. Sorry, I switch here. Bye-bye, Philadelphia cheese guy. Who is Why do you call me Philadelphia cheese guy? What does that even mean? Okay. Alright. Button called you that. Yeah, I know, but like, I don't understand why. Whatever. Whatever.